уважаемые коллеги. Просьба отключить микрофоны. Мы начинаем наш Казахстанско-Германский логистический форум. Так, добрый день и доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги, партнеры, участники Казахстанско-Германского логистического форума. Приветствуем вас всех и благодарим, что нашли время и присоединились к нам. Как вы знаете, в современных глобальных условиях логистика играет ключевую, а в некоторых случаях определяющую роль в индустриальном развитии страны, и это направление весьма актуально и для Казахстана. Также следует отметить, что в Казахстане сектор логистики он молод, но несмотря на это, в настоящее время эта отрасль активно развивается, ей уделяется значительное внимание, но все еще существует ряд задач, которые требуют комплексного подхода и стратегического видения. В данном контексте Казахстанско-Немецкий университет на протяжении нескольких лет активно вносит свою лепту как в подготовке квалифицированных кадров по специальности логистика, так и в инициировании и организации научно-практических мероприятий с целью поддержки и развития научно-образовательных и производственных связей в области логистики. И в этом году мы проводим 9-й наш Казахстанско-Германский логистический форум на тему «Роль кластеров в развитии современных национальных инновационных систем». И работа форума будет проходить в рамках стратегической сессии, секция транспорта, производства и городская логистика. И прежде чем приступить к обсуждению, я хотел бы дать приветственное слово президенту Казахстанско-Немецкого университета господину Волроду Ромелю. Господин Ромель, пожалуйста.
So thank you very much for the introduction for this forum. Dear colleagues, dear participants, I'm very pleased and I'm very happy to open that conference. It is, as Mr. Kirkenbock told you, it is really in the strategic direction of our German Kazakh University to shift more and more towards, I would call that, sustainability in Central Asia. And as you know, all of you know that quite well, that logistics is really a core issue when we are talking about development, further development, sustainability in Central Asia, particularly in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan. Because if we are talking about that aim to upgrading technologies, to enhance people living standards, to enhance the economic and social situation in Kazakhstan, logistics is really the driving force for such developments. Kazakhstan is a country along the Silk Road, so it depends heavily on production lines, industrial cooperation. And we are very aware that there's a lot of improvements possible in the area of logistics in the upcoming years. So I'm really glad that since more than 9 years, we have developed the logistics as key issues at our university. And I think if I look at the agenda of today's forum, we'll discuss really the strategic issues with regard to logistics development in our region. Of course, one key issue is creating value chains around industrial clusters. We have to discuss the role of production lines, the role of the mobility. So let me end with wishing all of you a very, very fruitful discussion in the upcoming sessions. And I hand over the floor to the first starting session.
Спасибо большое, господин Ромель. Давайте тогда начнем работу форума. И я бы хотел дальше предоставить слово модератору стратегической сессии, господину профессору Бурхарду Шелю.
Yeah, good morning and a warm welcome from Hamburg, Germany. I'm far away, but logistics means connecting people and cultures. This was our first title in 2012, and this is still our goal setting. So again, a warm welcome. Today we have a Yeah, challenging topic. The role of clusters and the development of modern national innovation systems. This is a challenging topic, and I will explain that we don't claim to be fully discussing this today. This is clear, but against the background is the current logistics and innovation performance of Kazakhstan. We see ourselves as an initiator or impulse generator for necessary improvements, and we want to present some examples, and we want to recommend some improvement activities. This is not new. I think some of you will remember the last logistics forum in 2020 and also our roundtable in February. We had a lot of discussions in this case already, and I would like to remember that, among others, Fraunhofer Institute Karlsruhe, which is responsible for innovation research and cluster management, was our Dr. Stahlecker was one of our speakers, and so we have a lot of experience in this field, but there's still a high potential. And finally, to explain this, I would give you two actual quotes from the Global Innovation Index 2021, which is published and everybody can read this. First is, the innovation performance of Kazakhstan improved in 21, but has been less steady over the past years. This is one problem. And the next is, if you look to the science and technology cluster development all over the world, which is emerging, you see clusters in China made the most consistent rank improvements, but also in India, Delhi and Mumbai, and also in Istanbul, for example, they have strongly advanced in the last years. And the USA still continues the largest number of clusters, 24, sorry, followed by China with around about 20 and Germany with around about 10, and then Japan. This shows the situation in the developed countries, and if you look to Europe, many European and also US clusters show more science and technology activity than their Asian partners. The USA have 9 clusters in the top 25 science and technology, followed by Germany and Sweden. This means that Germany is among the leading countries. And when we talk about cluster experience and competency, so Germany should be an excellent partner. This is what I would like to underline. And this is also our position today, to give you some examples with our speakers and with our partners. And I'm happy to present some of excellent partners in this forum, in this session. This is what we can offer, and we are still in a position to wait for activities because we are at least a guest in the country, but we have a large community all over the world, mainly in Europe. But I can only repeat that we are ready to help Kazakhstan, to support Kazakhstan to improve their logistics performance and their innovation performance. So enough of this introduction. I would like to switch to the participants today. And I would like to ask Mr. Dr. Jens Klauenberg from the Logistics Alliance Germany to start. This is also a very important guest today. And I'm really happy, Mr. Klauenberg, that you are joining us. And I remember our meeting in Frankfurt, and logistics made in Germany is a topic, and also a public-private partnership model, which we can discuss today, and you can present it, please. Mr. Klauenberg, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I hope you can hear me. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Professor Scheel. Thank you, Mr. Karimbekov, for the invitation, for the possibility to speak today to you on logistics made in Germany. I hope you can see my presentation. In the first part of my presentation, I will give a short overview about challenges and solutions for logistics in Germany. And in the second part, I will present you briefly the Logistics Alliance Germany. But first of all, as Professor Scheel mentioned, we had in this year already a joint event in Frankfurt during the Hypermotion. Again, thank you very much, Professor Scheel, for your contribution here to this forum. We had interesting guests from Kazakhstan, from Germany, where we discussed challenges and solutions for logistics between Germany and the STAN countries, so all countries ending with a STAN. So our focus was on Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. When we take a look at the German logistics industries today, there are many challenges. There the question about digitalization, automation, clusters, services had to be developed. And for this, we need a new range of solutions that differ from solutions we had maybe 10 or 20 years ago, but even 5 years ago. There's a huge and fast development. So the requirements for logistics in Germany, but I'm sure also for other countries and for the whole world in logistics rapidly changing. We have to create and optimize infra and superstructure, so the connections between the countries, but also the connections in terminals. We have to improve and increase cross-linking quality and intermodality, develop innovations and new solutions to gain new resources. This is all under the aspect of green, lean, smart, digital, and social, all the dimensions we have to look at when we develop new logistics solutions. In the end, to be successful by saving time and costs for all participants. There's special challenges in e-commerce. It's, again, I think not only special for Germany, but for whole Europe and the world, that e-commerce, especially in times of the pandemic situation, is rapidly developing more than in the last years, where we also had a huge increase in this. So it's all a question about speed and timing to be by the customer, not only in the next day or the same day, but also in 2 hours or 1 hour. There are solutions for this tested, but very often the economical feasibility is a question in this. We had new starts and destinations. You need locations for this, locations close to the customer, in shops, in new depots, but also for deliveries in the trunk of car, home boxes. All these are possibilities to further enhance e-commerce development or e-commerce shipment and delivery. And of course, we see that due to e-commerce in the whole logistics chain, the quantities get more individual. We have smaller packages, smaller shipments, and by this also then rapid increase in shipment. So you see at the bottom, the challenges summarized. It's about the shipment, which needs to be consolidated. It's about the question of capacities, which are no longer available in many places. So there's on the one hand, vehicles, on the other hand, drivers, but also logistics areas in cities and around cities. And of course, the question of technology. A short overview or some solutions in place or planned. So the first row micro depots, we see a lot of them in Germany, especially in Berlin, where there are tests and use cases. We see new vehicle concepts and drive concepts where more and more from the test to the regular employment of technology, we see very good signs, especially in heavy trucks. There are new development in electromobility, where electromobility in smaller trucks or in vans is something normal, quite normal today. What is not normal, but what will come maybe in a few years, is autonomous and semi-autonomous delivery. On the ground, I think there are possibilities to use them. In the air, we will see what will be there in the next 2 years, and it's always a question about push and pull, who needs and can pay for solutions, but on the other hand, what is technological and economical feasible. So altogether, we have some success factors I summarized in this screenshot. You see, we need no longer single solutions, not longer single products. We need connected solutions connected by infrastructure, the services, the framework conditions, and the overall logistics systems, and to have more connectivity in the whole system, new competitive services. And when I say competitive, I always mean also ecological and economical services. This leads to new business models and, of course, to more cooperation and to more network connections. This was a short insight into challenges and solutions in German logistics sectors today. Let me now briefly introduce Logistics Alliance Germany, where I am the head of the office for the support association, but the support association of the Logistics Alliance Germany is only one part. We have two parts in this public-private partnership. It's a partnership between the Federal Transport Ministry and the German logistics industry. On the one hand, driven by the government on the left-hand side, but on the other hand, a very much important part also from the logistics industry, our member companies who support the Logistics Alliance Germany in their aim to promote logistics made in Germany, logistics solutions made in Germany. All our members and the Logistics Alliance together offer service solutions, corporations, and know-how transfer for partners abroad. We create this in different events each year, where we are present at trade fairs or have delegation trips, or digital events like the mentioned forum together with partners from Kazakhstan and Germany in September this year. As I said, the initiative is mostly driven by the federal government. You might know that we have a new Minister of Transport, Mr. Volker Wissing, only since 2 days, as we have a new coalition, the so-called, traffic lights coalition, as it is red, yellow, and green coalition. The new Ministry of Transport in Germany is now from the Liberal Party, so the so-called Yellow Party in Germany. And we are looking forward to new developments after a long time of Angela Merkel and Transport Ministry headed by the Christian Social Democrats. Now we have a new coalition and a new government in Germany, and we're looking ahead that this will push forward developments. You might know that when the Green Party is in the government as well, we have for sure developments on green logistics, on ecological suitable solutions. But of course, when we have a liberal transport minister, there will be a much more focus on the logistics industries and the availability of German logistics industries as well. As I said, we have, apart from the government side, a network of our companies, so they are of our members. They are small and medium sized, but also the heavyweights of German logistics industry you found among our members, but also to mention at the bottom of the slide, our associations in Germany, which are also part of this association. So we hope that German logistics industry, that Logistics Alliance Germany is a good and perfect partner for foreign shippers, for logistics service providers, for operators and multipliers who are seeking contact to German logistics industry, but also who needs services. How to get to these services? We have our so-called matchmaking service, which is a free of charge service for partners from abroad. When partners from abroad looking for partners, for logistics partners in Germany, they can use our one-stop service, just fill in once our inquiry form. This will be published in our network, and normally a lot of interested logistics companies from Germany reply to these inquiries, and there's the possibility to really get in contact to the German logistics industry on an easy and, as I said, free of charge way. This was about logistics made in Germany. We hope that with our partners and our cooperation, we will stay together in good cooperation, and we hope that we can extend this. We have some first steps done together with Professor Scheel, but I hope we will increase this. Thank you very much. This was my presentation. I wish you a successful forum today and good results for the development of logistics between Kazakhstan and Germany. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Klaunberg. It was very interesting, and I think it would be the best that Mr. Iskaliev would be here now. And because Mr. Iskaliev last year asked for a connection, and he's very interested to come together with the Logistics Alliance Germany from the point of the transport organization and the associations in Kazakhstan. And I would like to take this opportunity to remember or to point out that next year we will have our 10th anniversary of the LOC Forum in 2022. So maybe this would be a great chance to have a joint event, yeah, together with Mr. Iskaliev and his community and Logistics Alliance Germany. And you know that we have also, and last year I explained this already. There are some noise in the background, sorry. We have also the BVL, the logistics associations in Germany with us. So we have enough potential to start a LOC Forum with a high quality and with a lot of participants, more than today in this format, in this online format. Hopefully next year we have the chance to have a presence and then we will see us, and from face to face, you know, this is a little bit more effective than to speak via Zoom and online conferences. Yes, again, Mr. Klaunberg, thank you very much. Yeah, I would recommend that Marat Idrisov, who is member of our Log Center team, will give us a little bit more details regarding our teamwork, means our networking in Almaty and Kazakhstan and the activities of the Log Center. Team member is also Mr. Kegan-Bekov. I would like to point out this, and also some guests today, Professor Wollenweber from the Technical University in Wildau, and my friends from the Magdeburg University, Dr. Reckelin and Dr. Assmann, and so on. And Mr. Idrisov is a local partner, and I think we should use this opportunity to give him the floor to speak without a presentation, because due to this very short improvisation, it's not possible to present something. But Mr. Idrisov, please give us some ideas from your point of view.
Спасибо большое, господин Шель. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gents. Thank you very much for this opportunity to tell you in a nutshell about the Log Center team, which was formed this year, and about those goals and targets we as Log Center are supposed to set up in front of us. As a matter of fact, the Kazakh-German university set up quite ambitious goals in front of them, which can be settled not only within the educational community, but also in the framework of logistic and transport sector in Kazakhstan and in Almaty specifically. And I believe that we could even broaden up our frontiers in this regard this year, together with the university from Germany, which Mr. Scheger spoke about. We set up a team which started operations. We are in charge of several projects, but this is just the start of a bigger work which we're supposed to handle. As a matter of fact, we set the goals, and yesterday within our team was quite a strong discussion, and I want to thank Mr. Rommel for participating at this meeting and shared his views. As a matter of fact, we have broad, ambitious views in order to set up a bigger platform of cooperation, which would allow us to attract for collaboration, and this is the very topic of our meeting today, is cooperation and interactions between all the participants of the network. So the platform, it will be like a Log Center and Kazakh-German University as well, but we would like to attract to these activities as bigger number of members as possible from the academy, from the industry, and from the government. Another important development for us is establishment of the Log Lab, which is a virtual digital laboratory, which is practically established. There are some things which we have to settle before starting this laboratory, and this will be focusing not only in improving the quality of educational process, but also in making the business environment more conducive for the entrepreneurs, because businesses are ready to upgrade the proficiency level of their personnel and the business itself, because there is a request in modeling and simulation the situation and leveling up the capacity of both logistical and industrial companies, because logistic is one of the key components of any industrial company. And not only industrial, trade as well is pretty much dependent upon logistics. So that is why logistics definitely is one of the core activities, and the center will be focused on it. Another important thing is implementation of new initiatives in terms of attracting new players and establishing new projects, which will be aimed at developing logistical environment. One of the such project we launched with the Institute of Economic Research and Eurasian University We are talking about the studies on developing factors and indicators which would demonstrate us about the role of transport and logistic complex not in our economy in terms of boosting our economic competitiveness. We just started these activities which will be continued. Overall, the topic of the current workshop is about clusters as factors for boosting competitiveness is one of the key and fundamental principles for upgrading our competitiveness. Of course, we've got new and new challenges such as digitalization and another thing that all countries are now agreed to develop in a green way, that is the sustainability of green economy, and decarbonization and logistic, of course, plays a very important role in these endeavors, and coordination and cooperation of all the players would be one of the most important factor for success, not only logistics, but society in general. I want to thank you for your attention, and I would like to wish all of the participants fruitful deliberation, successful networking, and new knowledge. Thank you and goodbye.
Yeah, thank you, Marat, for your input, and thank you for your teamwork. This is very important for us. As I mentioned yesterday, more or less we are from Germany and we want to support Kazakhstan, but at least we need also local partners, and this is very, very important to have guys like you or people with you with us in our team, and this is more than important for all activities, not only for the mentioned. We have a lot of ideas, and as Mr. Klaunberg mentioned already, we have a lot of potentials, and between Kazakhstan and Germany, there's a contract signed in 2012. I would like to remember that this means raw material investment and technology partnership, and what we understand, and this was one of the basics for us in 2012 to found this event. Logistics Forum means German Kazakhs Logistics Forum was to support this activities, technology partnership, whatever it is. It includes cluster activities, this is clear, and also better collaboration or improvement of collaboration between universities and the industry. So we have a lot of things to do, and again, if you look to the logistics performance of Kazakhstan with round about place 70, they want to be among the best 50 or best 10 at least. We have a lot of activities in front of us, and I'm sorry that Mr. Berg from Hamburg isn't not ready in the moment to speak to us. He has a very important meeting in Hamburg, but he will join us later. He has a very important activity in Hamburg because his digital hub is part of the Logistics Alliance here in Hamburg City. And so this is also important to give him the opportunity to present this activities. This is also a public-private partnership. And this model public-private partnership seems to be also a good idea for future activities in Kazakhstan. This has to be developed. Maybe this is a little bit new without real experience, but at least it's absolutely necessary to think about it, and we are ready to give you support and experience. And now I would like to give the floor to Zaltana Jumabekova from Cars Industry, former KIDI in Nur-Sultan. I remember my former teamwork with this institute in the field of Industry 4.0. This was a project together with the Fraunhofer organization. And so I've learned years ago that Cars Industry or KIDI was active in the field of cluster management together with the World Bank, and Marat Idrisov was also included in this project. And so I'm very glad that we have a speaker, a lady from Nur Sultan, from this very important institute, which is part of the Ministry of Industry. And please give us some information regarding your current activities in this field of cluster management and creating clusters, logistic clusters, especially in Kazakhstan.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants of this forum. I would like to welcome Borchard Schell. Since 2010, we are working together on modernization project. I also would like to welcome my good friends, Marat and others. Today, I would like to give you a presentation on Kazakh cluster policy based on experience and practice when we are talking about cluster development. I hope you can see my slides on the screen. Naturally, every analysis started with the practical developments of the previous periods. In 2006, Professor Michael Porter from Harvard University set up 7 clusters, which were the most prospective at that moment for Kazakhstan, which is food industry, textile, oil and gas industries, transport and logistics, metallurgy, construction materials, and tourism. But as life proved, those clusters which we picked up in 2006, in 2008, 2009 didn't work. And we had the whole analysis of the reasons of the failure because there were no detection, they didn't determine central coordinators. There is not enough activity on behalf of businesses in these cluster activities because we believed at that time that businesses should play the main role in clusters establishment. All measures of state regulating for clusters mainly boil down to the economic incentives, measures of certain companies which were in these clusters, and of course crisis of 2008 blocked this project in generally on cluster development in Kazakhstan. And this cluster project was a part of various industrial sector projects in the after 2009. Our activity started in 2017, and all those activities on territorial cluster development was in the framework of SMEs boosting competitiveness, and for this we had a loan on behalf of the World Bank. We made great scope of activities and this since 2015 when we implemented this cluster policy.
So the algorithm and action plan were selected and identified together with the World Bank experts, given the global experience, international experience, given the lessons learned, and so on. And the work actually was progressing in a very steady manner. All of the activities were of applied nature. This slide shows how territorial clusters were selected then. We have selected 6 territorial clusters, and initially we have developed the methodology of a tender-based selection that was endorsed by the ministerial decree. That methodology identified the criteria, rules. The selection was based on 22 indicators, and so it was a contest. In fact, we have received lots of applications from different sectors. There was machinery building, chemical industry, pharmaceutical, so other industrial sectors have applied. So out of those applications, we have identified 6 clusters. Those are mill and flour making, dairy products, construction, tourism in Almaty, and pharmaceutical in Shymkent. The main criteria of the selection of territorial clusters were added value development level, as one of the key indicators of enhanced and improved competitiveness, as well as demonstrating a cluster development. Having a sufficient critical mass of interconnected and intercomplementary enterprises, accessibility of human resources, industrial innovation infrastructure, accessibility of resources, favorable environment in the region itself, where we looked at group of enterprises, development and availability of energy, supply electricity, transport infrastructure availability, and financing resource availability as well. When we did some calculations for forecasted the social economical impact of the cluster development, we looked at the numerical and qualitative indicators, volumes of production, export volumes, as well as other indicators, which may have a social economic impact for a region once the cluster has already been implemented and delivered. So this work was, like I said, a very steady and it was a group of company. Initially, we worked with a group of company. We, like I said, we worked with the World Bank experts. We had trainings organized with large significant models of training for the potential cluster participants, as well as for coordinators who would have coordinated these clusters. Under the training, we have studied the experience of countries which had well-developed clusters. Those were Spain, Italy. We had actually training with Christian Kettles, Antonio Zuberili, and other specialists who are well-known professionals in the field of cluster development. Then we did the diagnostic analysis of the cluster itself to identify some problems that exist in the cluster. We made some field trips to the enterprises, to the regions. We visited every enterprise, they had a very in-depth analysis, trying to understand the bottlenecks, the ways out. And then we discussed, and that was all was used for discussion of the cluster model itself. And then we established working groups, and then we had lots of discussions with the stakeholders as well. We had representative Ministry of Economy, Minister of Industry, with the other competent authorities. So that was a big, an extensive working group that did this field work to identify and to support the cluster formation. Then we have developed a strategy for each cluster development, where we identify the goals and objectives and actions that would be done and would be delivered under the strategy. And the last stage is the stage that we have at the moment, and that is development of state support measures to territorial clusters. Very soon, a law on industrial policy will be passed. There are 2 articles covering cluster development, and under those articles, state support measures will be developed for cluster development. So when it comes to state support measures, there will be certain rules, there will be certain, regulatory documents, legal acts, and so on. And the project clusters will be organized as projects with these state support measures. So following these 2 stages, we already have established the course of the clusters and developed the development strategies. Number of cluster participants have increased by 70%. 6 pilot clusters were recognized at the international level, and they were marked by the bronze label of the European Secretariat, ESCA. At the business level, well, actually, what's most important that business now do understand that this kind of transformation is very, very beneficial and is very, very useful and advantageous. Although the process may have been slightly protracted, but these cluster formations continue functioning, working, and actually now they feel that working together is far more beneficial than working in isolation, individually. And that helps and contributes to overall competitiveness, increase of the business. This slide, this is another certification or confirmation of our competences. May I continue? So there was some noise. So 6 territorial clusters were marked by a bronze label, so they received the bronze label certificate. They usually do the analysis of the quality of organization. 12 staff members who received training and who participated throughout the process, starting from selection and up to cluster policy implementation. They all were awarded the golden managers of cluster managers. On top of that,
был принят в состав PCI Network, это ведущая организации, и специалистов практиков, которые именно обладают компетенцией.
These actually certify that they have competences in development of clusters, any clusters and territorial clusters actually all over the globe. So these are the results that we have for 2021. This is what we have achieved so far. As I said earlier, we have strengthened and established contacts and links between the cluster participants. The cost optimization of 10% was achieved. There were 5 memorandums in flour milling, construction, and furniture clusters. There was another cluster for Karaganda, construction cluster in Karaganda. I will speak about that later. We began analyzing specific projects. The tourist cluster of Almaty region is being also developed. Quality standards are being introduced. The hotel business is being stimulated, towards pushing this cluster towards certification. So the joint activity under a cluster to help the cluster participants access new markets. For instance, the pharmaceuticals, they ship their goods and commodities to Uzbekistan. Furniture cluster also participates in different trade fairs in Uzbekistan. And actually, we also, thanks to this cluster activity, they were able to access to internal markets. Well, when it comes to furniture cluster, for instance, more than 10 new schools of Almaty have been equipped with the locally produced furniture. So as for the dairy cluster in Akmala region, they're also seeing some, prosperity in enhancing the businesses, increasing the sales, and so on. But these are some individual results which serve as evidence of our efficient work. There are many achievements like this, but I try to highlight the key ones only. So here is the Karaganda region construction cluster map. So this is just an example of one of our local territorial clusters. I wanted to show how the cluster was established. So this is the core cluster, the core of the cluster, that construction materials manufacturers. There are network distributors, network suppliers, the supporting infrastructure, the key consumers. So we mentioned, right, the key consumers. So that's important. The supporting infrastructure is important. Transport, logistics, infrastructure, all of that is there as a necessary part of this cluster formation. At the moment, we have 27 participants. Participants in Karaganda region construction cluster. If necessary and when necessary, the number of the core partners may increase. It depends on the goals and objectives that the cluster would like to address. The next slide shows the development plan again for Karaganda region's construction cluster. The goal here is to start producing environmentally friendly construction materials and ensuring disposal of industrial waste. So this is just a slide to show you that everything that will be done in that territorial cluster, starting from feasibility study, preliminary study, studying of BIM technologies, enhancing competencies, capacity building, designing construction, and up to electronic trade fairs, they all are there. So for every goal, we have all the target indicators, but the impact after this program, after this project, will be to reduce the impact of introduction of BIM technologies. That is the foundation for this project on the production of environmentally safe materials. So the design period will be reduced by 33%. The error rate will be reduced by 10%. Cost reduction of 2% will happen, and sales will increase by 22%. But given that construction materials actually are now focusing market actually seeking all resources in the internal market. So of course, this is something that will be in demand. Multiplicative effect will be achieved throughout all the stages of the project implementation. But we believe that the experts will increase, the taxes will increase, and actually sales will increase, and the new products, new materials will emerge in the market as a result of this project. And this is the last slide. This is the work, and this is the algorithm for cluster development that is being implemented and carried out in a stage-by-stage steady manner. Now we're focusing on development of the state support measures and the launch of clusters in a pilot mode. Well, Mr. Burkhard Schil spoke about transport logistics, then we don't have similar experience in logistics. We so far have been working on these 6 clusters, but we will be working very thoroughly and deeply to use them, to use the experience and to launch them. So once the state program, cluster support program, is carried out, then we will add 3 more directions. In parallel, in fact, we're working towards finding some other cluster initiatives. So it's not that we, happy with 6 clusters only. We're still looking for some new ways and new options. And under our methodology, that is recognized by many organizations. And like I said, we work with the World Bank and we've developed this methodology. So on the basis of that methodology, we will keep on working and we'll improve our work. And we will then carry out our cluster policy of development other clusters, and actually many clusters in Kazakhstan. Thank you, and I tried to be as brief as I could.
Yes, Saltanat, thank you very much. It's nice to see you again, and it's true, 2010, we had 2010, it's long ago, yeah. We had our first meeting, and it was my first activity in Kazakhstan, and I remember this very well. This was a trip to Karaganda. It was very, very cold, and we visited Mazhavod, #1, and there was a technology audit, and it was so interesting to see bottom up, not from a desk and not with a screen, yeah, and not talking online, to see real life, what are the problems of companies in front of the business, yeah. So, and this was a SME, and I remember this was a very, very deep impression for me for all further activities, what I've learned there. Yes, thank you very much again. And regarding cluster, I would like to repeat that we are ready to discuss and we are ready to offer. And I, on behalf of Mr. Kegenbekov and all my friends, and I think also the management of the German Kazakh University, can only invite you to visit the university or get in touch with us to continue this discussion and reflections. I would like to point out that 2017 already, 17, together with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, we had a event in Almaty, and together with the Akimat and the Ministry of Education and others, everybody agreed with us that it's necessary to found a logistics innovation cluster. But I can tell you from my experience, and this is one of the critical topics, that at least you need a local partner, from my point of view, but not only from my point of view. From our experience, you need a local partner who can lead or who is motivated to lead a cluster. This is so important, and it's not good and it's not helpful to talk about clusters only from Germany. This must be a real life in Kazakhstan, maybe in a city like Almaty as pilot project or whatever. I think we have a good fundament for this, and it would be great to work together with you in this case. Yeah, thank you very much again. So the next is I have to look to the watch. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much.
And I'll be happy to discuss this closer with the university. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Iskaliyev is here.
Yeah.
Mr. Iskaliyev has joined.
Yeah, absolutely. It's perfect. Then he can continue with his speech. And Mr. Iskaliyev is one of the active guys and guests of us to discuss this. And I remember the last discussion during the roundtable in February. We agreed to talk about the roadmap, and we are talking about activities, joint activities. I mentioned this already with the Logistics Alliance Germany or with the BVL, Bundesvereinigung Logistik. And what I would like to highlight is that last meeting, last logistics forum, and also the roundtable, the Bundesvereinigung Logistics, the BVL, offered to visit the chapter in Moscow as a benchmark. Why? Because in Moscow, the BVL has a chapter and a network or a cluster, whatever you would say to this. And this should be a good example for Kazakhstan to learn from Moscow, how this network is successful, at least. And I can only repeat this invitation on behalf of Mirko Novak, who is responsible for this cluster in Moscow. And this is also for you, for Kaz Industry and for Saltanat. If you're interested to learn from Moscow what they are doing with the logistics cluster, I can open you all doors what you want. So, Mr. Escalier, if you're ready.
Yes, how are you?
Oh, nice to see you. I'm very glad to have you with us. And now the floor is yours.
Спасибо большое всем участникам.
Thank you and greetings. I'm very happy to see old friends, especially Mr. Shell and the team of the DKU. I would like to chip in on the cluster issues. Well, actually, the transport cluster, I believe, is successful or has successfully come true. I think what's most important in any cluster is the result, is the outcome. And when it comes to transport, then the growth of container shipments that was particularly significant during the pandemic demonstrated and proved that everything was done properly, that the routes towards China, towards Caspian were streamlined, some problem areas were addressed. I mean, there are some areas to do, but however, most of the work was successful and a lot has been done. I am in charge of this program, and I would like to bring the German Kazakh University to bring on board with this work. And now I would like to speak about the development of transport infrastructure. Well, let me start. The Silk Road project is key for Kazakhstan. And anything that will develop in Kazakhstan, especially in the field of transport, will be inevitably connected to the Silk Road project, because both China and Russia and Europe, they all support this project. And the project has a logic, including transport-related logic. Well, I've been working on this professionally, studying, investigating, been discussing with China, with some European institutions. Well, to look more carefully, this is the map that is the foundation for this whole project. So when Kazakhstan declared its commitment to have the onshore transportation of cargo from China, to Europe, from Korea, and so on, and actually once it's dragged all the transit, it all led inevitably to transportation from Emirates, from India, Iran, possibly slightly questionable at the moment. And implementation of this project eventually gave us the volume of external transit, which Kazakhstan Temir makes money with.
Доходностью. И думаю, эта политика правильная была, которая позволит в долгосрочном плане зарабатывать.
So I think this was the right policy, and the most important thing under these circumstances, next slide please, is to be focused on the so-called problem issues like tariff policy, then joint initiatives continuation. As you know, there are a lot of joint ventures are concerned where I participated myself, such as joint ventures with China. There is also joint venture on the Caspian Sea and others. My topic is the infrastructure development. And this is very important because without infrastructure, it's not possible to develop logistics. There are some limitations in infrastructure development, and the growth of transit demands outrun the infrastructure development. My main focus is to develop logistic products, first of all, and this works. There are routes where we have our successful logistic corridors. You know that our railroad operator and we have cluster approach for logistics. We have also various forecasts on transit. Just recently, we have 1 million containers limit, which were shipped through the KTŽ, the Kazakh railroad operator. It turned out that the road we are now is the right way, and the policy is also quite balanced. And I would like to thank German partners. I used to be a vice president in Deutsche Bahn. I was part of the educational process with Deutsche Bahn and Kuhne University for our KTZ specialists, and I would like to say that the competitiveness of our personnel in railroad transport is quite good. Now we manage to have quite competent staff, both in private and state sectors. I defended my project on 5C concept, and I implemented this project based on this system. It is operational, and as you know, we have a special index based on this, but also for transit, you need to provide speed, services, safety, stability, and price. There were a very high period with very high prices for air cargo, and anyway, surface transportation is quite competitive versus air mode of transport. And I also would like to focus on supply chain management. The topic of this workshop is about cluster approach without logistics. Logistics was not part of clustering approach to begin with, and at that time, Mr. Lavrenenko, first deputy minister, he supported this project. Now he is deputy chair of Kazakh-Logistic, and actually this project supported other sectors significantly. And I believe that it is impossible to export something and to keep good trade volumes. So that is why those clusters on export-import operations like furniture cluster or pharmaceutical cluster, which I'm developing now, or agricultural projects, they are not surviving without logistics. And once again, I would like to call up Kazakh-German University to continue this project on supply chain management. With Jandos, we work over this project for a long time already. We are preparing a special statement, and I think they will be a round table with the decision makers. And if there are needs to support us from the government, we could secure the support on behalf of Samruk. But for the supply chain management, of course, this approach is very important for all the sectors. What we have to demonstrate here that the comprehensive production and retail networks and links. Yes, we had a number of various projects in this regard, but I would like to tell you that those impact which we could achieve there is actually never ending. And we have to be focused on production of steel, for instance, for TCO. And the horizons here are very broad, and I am ready to be a moderator and manager of these projects. I would like to call up Kazakh-German universities together with your experts to implement this project. I think it will be very interesting and important projects. Another one is the 4PL concept. I also would like to call on our shippers. I hope they are still with us, and it is very important to know the topic so your educational projects would be relevant in pharmaceuticals industry. For instance, we have special operators, and we will be like drugstore management within hospitals, but the infrastructure, it is the low level below 2PL, which we are supporting, and we're talking about the establishment of infrastructure. It is there. Of course, much had been done. Much had been done into logistics of our airports and the railroad stations, but 4PL is very important as well. We're talking about smart thinking and competences of personnel, which should be developed as well. This is the whole approach which should be there in order to support our big industries, to support exports, to decrease costs and boost efficiency. And as an example, I was the board member of the PLK, and there I got information from the first hand. And I believe that is how we have to do. That is a comprehensive analysis of shipments. That is URES approach. The idea is very simple here. We have to understand this flow of goods where everything is clear when we are planning, when we are structuring our tariffs, for instance, and then we have efficiency and the tariffs are reasonable. And I think in this regard, as I said, German logistics is number one in the world, and having such a project like German Kazakh University, we have to continue this applied research. And here, I also would like to say that we have to be focused on the costs of transshipment and planning. This is all very, very relevant. Objectively speaking, about the pandemic cost crisis, we may not be successful without decreasing costs. We may not bring our imports, exports to the market. We may not be successful in logistics and networking. In the program of containering, which we're talking, this is one of the examples. This is quite an old slide, the logistic map of Kazakhstan with all infrastructure and sites. Something had been done already, but you have to understand that Kazakhstan is a vast country, very big for logistic and transport decisions, and the very fact that we're developing terminals, depots, and the very fact that we develop these conglomerates, and this is internal cluster development and transport development as well, because if you will not provide the grounds for exports shipments, of course, this is a very cost transportation operations considering our vast territory, but we need to decrease costs and boost efficiency together with the national operator. We need to develop all those things. So that is why, because if you need some discussions, we're always open for you as local experts. And in order to support this idea, here we have the current system of logistic warehouses of SK Pharmacia. As it was indicated in the previous slide, we established 4 big hubs, the so-called regional hubs, which help us to improve logistics delivery and shipment and cover basically all areas of Kazakhstan to the so-called operational transit warehouses everywhere in the Republic. The system managed to process goods associated with vaccines. You have to bear in mind the importance of a cold chain and deliver them on time, no matter what seasons we are talking about. And also, it is quite important that the drugs will be a subject of proper and intelligent supply chain management. And frankly speaking, based on the practices, I was exposed to the specific training in Germany with Deutsche Bahn, and this training gave me very practical skills. Now this system in Kazakhstan operates quite efficiently. We are not supposed to build new warehouses. This in the form of the PPP, where we operate with the private sector based on contracts. Again, I would like to welcome everyone and once again reiterate the importance of Kazakh-German university activities. We need to combine theory and practice in educational process, which will give a chance to attract such companies as SK Pharmacia and other trade and development companies into the transport and logistical process. All those things are very important, including transboundary timing. It is also very important to work more and more with China and further with Korea. When our students are finalizing their educational process, then of course they have to be fit for the future employment demands. I am the current chair of subcommittee on transport and logistics in ATAM again. I'm always ready to support you with your projects. So as a recommendation of this forum, I think we have to set up a different direction on supply chain management. We do have specific experiences of the Frankfurt University and Institute, and Jan Dos has to raise this question specifically because in pharmacy we are building cluster with the research and academia, and I believe that there will be no immediate results, but if you play your cards right, you will gain results in 2 or 3 years. Many cluster initiatives, unfortunately, commence. We have to be very frank about this. We have to learn the lessons. We need to implement properly all those projects. Every project has to have moderator and donors. Such donors could be either foreign companies or universities, which would provide their support. And I should say that the German economy is directly interested in developing logistics and make Kazakhstan as effective as possible transit-wise, because Duisburg state terminal very much dependent upon this corridor, which is coming through Kazakhstan, originated from China. So let us work together. If you have questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, many thanks, Mr. Iskaliev. Very interesting and a lot of good ideas. And what I can recommend from my point of view is that we need a regular communication more than to meet us 1 year or two times a year. This is a question I hope, Mr. Rommel, you have listened to Mr. Iskaliev, and we should discuss this later with Mr. Iskaliev. How is it possible to concentrate this this exchange of ideas and this knowledge, at least, because Mr. Iskaliev, you know this, we have the Ostausschuss der deutschen Wirtschaft, We have meetings there also with the Deutsche Bahn and DHL and other companies, logistic companies, but not only logistic companies. We have some large companies like Swavind with new processes, new products, investing in Kazakhstan and so on. And always is a question of education and qualification at least. And what you mentioned, applied research, for example, this is a topic for Kazakhstan, and the improvement of the collaboration between universities and the industry. This is so important, as you mentioned. And so we have enough to discuss. And Mr. Kegan-Bekov, and it's up to the German Kazakh University. I think we should think about a modus. We should find a modus to come together month by month or whatever to discuss this. And then we will come back also, Mr. Iskaliev, to your former ideas like a roadmap and communication with the BVL and LAG and all other ideas. We have a high potential. I mentioned this before when we started this session, and as you mentioned, and I can underline this, in Germany, we have enough friends of Kazakhstan, and they are not only interested in business, they like the country, and I think we have so much opportunities we should realize more than we realized in the moment. This is a clear position from my point of view. So I've looked to the watch. Mr. Iskaliev, thank you very much again, and hope to see you in good health. Thank you for your support and your input. So last but not least, we have to listen. We want to listen to Mrs. Oksana Karpenko from the Ukraine. And I'm happy that we have another view from the point of cluster management or cluster activities. And I'm talking about the theoretical aspects of the development of transport and logistics. But before you start, I would like to underline that the Ukraine has, if you look to the Global Innovation Index, near the same positions like Kazakhstan in the field of innovation. It's a little bit better, but significantly is better the collaboration between universities in the industrial sector. So maybe you can give us a little bit more information about this. The logistics performance is also a little bit better than Kazakhstan, but the main topic from my point of view to see is how is it possible that the university industrial collaboration is between the best 50 of the world at least, and this should be interesting for us to get your answer. Please.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues, and I want to thank the organizers for giving me such an opportunity to share the results of studies which were made by the State University of Industry, Infrastructure and Technology based in Kiev. I would like to once again focused on the efficiency of businesses and university and contribute to the cluster development in the economy.
Today, different activities, including the activities enterprises in the transport sector, they work under the conditions of uncertainty. We do see how COVID-19 affected everything, how it interrupted everything, that there are problems with the economy, stagnation, reduction of investment, and dropping of production. And very fierce competition forces the companies to look for new options and to find resources to ensure economic development. And the most powerful one is to use the logistics-related concepts and resources. And one of the key factors for development of transport logistics, we have the integration processes in the transport. And for Ukraine to join the single European transport area, we need to develop institutional, organizational, and economic leverage that are necessary to address perspective issues of innovative transport and logistics enterprises. And that will be the foundation for enhancing the competitiveness of the country. The global integration processes drive companies to form transport logistics system. Every subject of such system, of course, pursues its own interest and is sometimes in a particular stage of competition. But however, given the current economic difficulties, the development of new models of running and managing enterprises becomes particularly relevant, and that symbolizes the smooth transfer from competition to different types of collaboration. And an example of such collaboration is the clusterization in the field of transport and logistics, meaning establishment of transport and logistics clusters. To intensify the clusterization processes or cluster establishment processes and functioning of transport logistics clusters in Ukraine, it is necessary to aim efforts at ensuring the transparency of transport logistics services, to improve legal framework, and to make sure that Ukrainian legislation is in conformity with international standards, and that will positively affect the development and attraction of investment to transport and logistics sector. And I would like to note here that ensuring collaboration and cooperation in the cluster is possible by development and through development of information and communication technologies, ICT. And next slide shows the conceptual approach to transport logistics clusterization by very active work of cluster operator, who is entrusted with the task of coordination and ensuring the functioning of the cluster with regard to information, legal, financial, and administrative, as well as knowledge-based issues. And I would like to note that when assessing the efficiency of a cluster, it is necessary to consider that on one hand, cluster is of economic nature, and cluster efficiency is assessed through economic criteria. On the other hand, the cluster existence and its sustainability are determined by social relations and social contracts. That is why there was a need identified to introduce a notion such as cluster social responsibility, which implies contribution of the state, business, scholars, science to the state, to the overall country development. Also, for successful development of cluster forming enterprises, it is necessary that each of the partners, first and foremost, understands that public good can be improved as a result of mutually beneficial collaboration and is a way or is a result of overall enhanced economic performance. And only by respecting social responsibility by every partner, we can harmonize the relations inside the cluster and outside of cluster, whereas non-performance of such responsibility discredits the clusterization idea and makes it impossible to deliver in any form. To that end, the main goal of a cluster establishment for logistics and transport sector need to have a requirement to ensure economic and social development, improvement of well-being of partners and of the society as a whole. That way, clusterization and functioning of the classes based on the principle of cluster social responsibility is the requirement for development of the economy and business. Well, cluster social responsibility is the main component or the main element of a cluster worldview that is proposed to be introduced. And the main elements of this notion are respecting the cluster social responsibility principles by all cluster partners, close collaboration, creation of innovation, intensification of new knowledge generation, and enhancement of knowledge transfer, development of human capital, technological improvement, and ensuring high quality of services, and to identify the changes in the society when this cluster social responsibility is introduced, it is proposed to break down the cluster ideology into its components that will imply the implementation of the overall principles of clusterization, and as well as the principles of class responsibility, innovation principles, and the basics of collaboration in the field of ICT. And on the basis of these three notions, I propose a paradigm of innovation integration paradigm for transport logistics enterprises development on the basis of clusterization principles. And this paradigm implies companies strengthening on scientific aspects to enhance the social, economic, and environmental efficiency. And the mechanism of ensuring the economic development of transport logistics enterprise in the context of innovative integrative paradigm is presented on this slide number 7. Economic development of transport and logistics enterprises under this paradigm and on the basis of this mechanism needs to be tested whether it will help achieve the level of efficiency. And we actually did the calculations of the clusterization ratio, and apparently the highest ratios were demonstrated in Odessa region and Kyiv area. In Odessa region, they already started establishment of a transport logistics cluster, and that is why we actually could test our theoretical hypothesis with the practical outcomes. It was proposed that the goal for transport logistics cluster would be to provide transport and logistics services for the global market, development and effective utilization of the existing geostrategic location, and development of the transport logistics system of the city for delivery of different goods delivery to different markets. The potential participants of the cluster in Kyiv would be these enterprises, and to test the work of the operator, it was proposed to go through this evaluation. So we decided to use the Liski transport center, and it was for this very center that the cluster participation ratio was assessed. Following the result, the clusterization efficiency was assessed by 4 times the efficiency, economic, innovative, ecological, and social. And we demonstrated, we tested to what extent this clusterization efficiency can be achieved, or maximally achieved. And apparently, the economic innovative development in the cluster would be achieved with the highest efficiency. And we can also look at the forecast, and we look at the cluster formation. We see that the dynamics is there, that the cluster is developing, is bringing certain benefits, and we can also see graphically here that there are 3 different options, or 3 different scenarios of cluster establishment, cluster participation. And we see that actually indicators with the clusters are higher in any of the scenarios than without the cluster. So I have proposed this theoretical approach to ensuring economic justification for transport logistics clusterization for transport logistics companies of Ukraine. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present results of my study.
Yes, Oksana, thank you very much. And, from the point of in logistics, I would say this is just in sequence. It's not just in time, as logistics say. It was just in sequence, excellent at 10 o'clock. So again, thank you very much. I hope all your colleagues will have the opportunity to discuss with you later details. And what I would like to underline is that I know that the Magdeburg University has a lot of connections with the Ukraine traditional, and I think that you know this. And later on, we will have some guests from the Magdeburg University, for example, only. And I think there should be a good connection also, not only the German Kazakh University, to continue these reflections. And you have so much experience. I think also our guests from the other universities in Kazakhstan will have a chance to discuss with you. And I think you are ready for this discussion. Thank you very much. So this was a very interesting session with a lot of different aspects, and I'm satisfied with this discussion. We have a lot of things to do, and I would like to remember what Mr. Iskaliev said, that we should improve our activities, and the German Kazakh University is an excellent connection point or contact point for development, for this development and improvement. And I'm really happy with this result. And now it's up to you to start concrete activities. So Mr. Kegenbeker, from my point of view, I thank all the participants. I wish you all the best. Thanks for your time. And if there's any question, you can contact the German Kazakh University. Will get in touch with us directly, with the team of the Lok Center, whatever you want. We are ready for you for continuing our discussion. And now, Mr. Kegenbeker, I would like to give you the chance to start the next session. Thank you very much altogether.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you, Professor Schell. Yes, I too would like to thank you for moderating our strategic session. Now we will start the session on transport, where I would like to welcome everyone. Good day, colleagues. We will start the work of the first session, development of transport sector. Transport sector is one of the key objectives for the economic policies of the country. We've discussed that already. And with the effective development of the transport, it is expected that the overall functioning of the economic system will happen, and the successful integration of Kazakhstan to the global economy will happen as well. And now, to discuss the transport-related issue, transport infrastructure-related issues, to discuss ways to most efficiently address some of the bottlenecks that exist in transport infrastructure, and to discuss the role of science and research for development of transport capacity, we have invited our experts from different sectors. We have Murat Bikmagambetov. He is an expert on transport and logistics. He's worked for more than 15 years in Kazakhstan Temir, the national railways company. He was responsible for development of the company's strategy and vision, and he also was involved in development of the laws in the field of transport and logistics. Also, we have Mr. Alphonse Antony, who is the Vice President of the European Logistics Association, co-chair of a logistics company in Hungary, and he's Associate Professor of Budapest Metropolitan University. Also, we have colleagues from Magdeburg University, Otto van Gerek, the head of the LOC training project, the researcher and a teacher of Magdeburg University, Tobias Regulin. Also, we have the General Director of Vesta Kazakhstan LLP, Natalia Kulagina, candidate of technical science and Associate Professor of Volgograd State Plekhanov University, Pavel Popov will speak. And then we also have the chair of the logistics head, Gulmira Mukhanova from Satpayev University. Well, I would like to remind all of us that following today's forum, we will issue the compilation. You will find, a more detailed presentation of the vision of the studies, the presentations of the speakers and their conclusions, recommendations, as well as the people who deal with cluster development. So we will look forward to your contributions and to collect all that. If you don't submit your thesis, your articles before the 15th of December, or if you do, send them to before the 15th of December, we will add them, we will compile them into this publication, and we will publish it as the result of today's forum. And now, for starters, I would like to discuss the development of transport and logistics sector of Kazakhstan and of Central Asia. If there are any prerequisites for development of the transport logistics center. And I have a question to Murat Bikmambetov. Are you here, Murat? Yeah, I am. So if you could tell us, how does transport sector of Kazakhstan develop? Did it develop? How is it developing? What are the prospects? What are the forecasts? What are the prerequisites? Hello, colleagues, and I'm happy to welcome all of you. This is the second time that I'm attending this forum. Actually, I attended last time, and this year you invited me again. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kazakh-German University, for this invitation. As for the question, in 11 months of 2021, the volume of transportation has increased by 3.4%. If we look at the passenger transportation and cargo transportation, then actually passenger transportation remain unchanged compared with the previous year. However, the cargo transportation remains unchanged as well. So I think despite the growth of the economy, it looks like import and export operations are slightly paralyzed, and they are of limited nature. Last year, we actually had some difficulty with export, but this year we seem to be having difficulties with import. Last year we hoped that pandemic will be over and everything would be okay, but this year actually we witnessed that in some provinces of China, the transportation hubs were blocked and they stopped accepting cargo, and the prices increased, the technology, the whole chain is disrupted, and so on. The forwarders choose longer by time schemes of and routes of transportation. Well, because Kazakhstan has mostly container transportation, to have them load on train, to go via Kazakhstan on train, and they send it to Europe and back. So, and that of course imposes or kind of brings certain interference with the transportation indicators. As for the passenger transportation, the volume has dropped by 17%, the total number. It had to do with the quarantine and lockdown, and probably didn't recover yet. As the previous speaker, Mr. Iskhaliyev, said, the transit transportation sector continues to develop pretty dynamically. If we take the absolute number, let's look at the tons, then the volume of transportation has increased by 3.4%. So Kazakhstan does play a role in this transport. Kazakhstan acts as a logistics hub between East and West, between China and Europe, and between Russia and Central Asian countries. And it ensures this connectivity by acting as a good transit country, and it helps to facilitate the international trade. Well, when it comes to container transportation, then the millions container will leave Aktau today. But if we look at the routes and directions, then the increase towards Europe actually is 30%. However, this seems to reveal other problems that have to do with logistics in Kazakhstan and transportation and shipping and forwarding in Kazakhstan. The thing is, well, we do seem to be covering the trade needs, transportation needs of our neighbors, but we seem to be limited when it comes to our own import and export operations. I spoke about this last year. We do have this foundation of the logistics hub, when the connection with our countries is good, but making this transformation to use to enhance our exports actually is not happening. So we don't seem to be able to export our goods for long modality. Let me give you an example. For instance, we have some difficulties along our eastern border with China, and our companies, logistics and forwarding companies, were not able, due to a number of reasons, we're not able to adapt and forward their goods to the West, for instance.
Порты Средиземноморья, получается, Ближнего Востока, для того, чтобы заходить, получается, на свои экспортные рынки как
So it
бы.
turned out that we have to use various seaports. For instance, if we are talking about road transportation, the road transportation operators, they also try to find some alternative directions, such as through Kyrgyzstan, for instance. They also using Iran ports and Far East. So flexibility in motor transport is taking place, but in railroad sector, there is still lack of such a flexibility. What else and what other factors we have to take into consideration as main developments of this year? In the area of railroad transportation, the Dostik station, there we have a dry port, Dostik terminal in the border with China. We have also a big dry port, and the other one with a private terminal, which is not affiliated neither with KTG and which is purely focused on commercial activities, which would give us a separate boost. The operators believe that the current growth is due to this private initiative, this depot operating since March this year, which contributes to the strengthening Kazakh status as a hub between Europe and China. And there are many quite positive developments in terms of logistics, which is the conclusion of memorandum between DHL and Nur-Sultan International Airport. They signed a MOU to invest and develop local warehouses. It is about 400 billion tenge, which is quite an important initiative, which in the future will give us better opportunities for development, intermodal logistics in the northern part of Kazakhstan. Also, in terms of quite interesting modes of the other interesting developments is the MP's activities over drafting law on transportation. One of the important thing in this draft legislation is regulations regarding the drones. And I believe that there we have quite important approaches there of more of regulatory nature, but nevertheless we do understand that these innovations should be subject of regulations. Now, when we're talking about neutral things, which will give more impact on logistics and the stability of cargo traffic, is the implementation of the so-called Google tax in Kazakhstan. Google, that means big internet platforms should pay VAT when they are involved in transactions in Kazakhstan. These big platforms they just will raise tariffs for their services, and this would impact on Amazon and Alibaba turnover. Kazakhstan, of course, is not such a big market for these giants, but maybe there will be some impact on them. And another positive point here is the bond warehouses in Altenkol. They are finally become operational, raised by Kazpochta, Kazmail, which will give a separate boost to the internet trade. And the main focus was on internet trade there from the very start. What else do we have in terms of logistics? And what can give us a separate boost in terms of cluster development. KTG Express started more actively supporting LCL shipments, which is a combined shipment when the batches from various shippers put in one container. Before, all shipments were based on one wagon, one train, but when we have such a combined approach, that means that you should not have a big shipment in order to occupy the whole 20-foot or 40-foot container, but combining shipments from various shippers in one container is definitely a good development for our railroad operator. In terms of cluster development, there we have quite positive development when the government set up a new transport projects associated with our cooperation with Uzbekistan. Of course, you know, World Bank forecast of Uzbek economy development to 5- to 6-fold growth, although Uzbek government has more ambitious targets, and we would like to build up a railroad link Turkestan, Shymkent, Tashkent. This will be a high-speed railroad link focused on passenger traffic and tourist traffic to this region. Second, in our southern Kazakhstan border with Uzbekistan, Darbazan, Maktaral entry point, port of entry to Uzbekistan, which will be a good boost for our trade. And as we said last year, that is establishment a new logistic industrial area, which is some analog of free economic zone, which would give a conducive environment for Uzbek and Kazakh trade. I believe that all those things are important for Kazakh economy for the present time. In terms of the future development, what and how logistics would stimulate, that is a former further transit development and transforming all of those positive things like block container trains, which will be important for container operations. And then we will be part of this EXIM operations, and this will give us geographic boosts for our production shipments. Another important thing, what Marat just mentioned, you spoke, Marat, about the assessment of transport and the logistics sector contribution to our national economy. And in this regard, I would like to pay attention of our German colleagues that Kazakhstan has an indicator of mobility impact on economic development. And what Marat just said in our strategic session, I think here we need to make models and simulations on this impact. So it will be a rather more specific planning in terms of how shipment speed would impact on the economic development of various sectors. Karaganda, Nur-Sultan, and other highways of 140 kilometers per hour traffic. This would give us much bigger opportunities and mobility when people living in Nur-Sultan outskirts, and hence they have a better opportunity to establish the real agglomeration context. Before, when we're talking about agglomeration development, it was more focused on organizational development, when agglomeration implies better integration. There was nothing said about this. And in a strategic session in Almaty, they spoke about polycentric development in the city. So for cluster development, polycentric concept of cities development is a very good approach when we have good cohesion and management over logistics, traffics, and shipments within one agglomeration. This would boost economic efficiency, because everything what had been done so far is based on the old approaches. When you're saying that industrial areas should be outside the city limits, it is impossible to build new railroad links through the residential areas, etc. These topics are quite relevant, and that is why agglomerational development is very important. I'm about to finish. And the other important and quite significant thing is developing packaging. Packaging is very important, associated with the new environment because of the pandemic. We haven't found yet on how to guarantee the clients abroad of a proper sanitizing and packaging the shipments. And I, as an expert, believe that packaging solutions and way of transporting the shipment is important. Thank you. This is it. Thank you, Murat. As I said from the very start, Murat has a very big experience in working with the national companies. He is a very good expert in transport and logistics, so we can hear your presentations for hours. Thank you again for giving us such a big analytical overview on the logistic market in Kazakhstan. We are very happy that you shared with us with this information. We hope to further cooperate with you. And now I would like to hear from our foreign experts, and I would like to give a floor to Mr. Alfonso. Mr. Alfonso, could you tell us about could you tell us about your perspectives of the logistic clusters development in Kazakhstan and Central Asia? And of course, we would like to hear from you about the best approaches for this in Kazakhstan.
Welcome for everybody for the conference, for the Congress, and thank you very much also for inviting me. I would like to share basically some slides with you also about how to create competencies in logistics position and in logistics education, because those kind of competencies and those kind of systems help a lot to create industrial and professional clusters, basically, if you have strong background in terms of education and in terms of logistics education and logistics exams, basically. So the title is the Shaping Logistics Competences in Turbulent Times or Nowadays, basically. 2 words about myself. So I'm Vice President of European Logistics Association, indeed, and I'm also teaching logistics and supply chain management at Metropolitan University of Budapest. It's an important remark at the very beginning, basically, for all of us. We are working, teaching, and acting in the logistics and supply chain management academic area or in the logistics business, basically, that we always have to look and we always have to focus in 2 directions, basically, because the expectations as always from us to be stable and to have a stable management of logistics system and stable management of supply chain, but also on the other side, the business and also the whole economical environment is expecting from us also to be flexible, to be agile. This is a kind of two paradoxes, how to be stable and agile at the same time. But we are all living and all working in these aspects every day, basically, as we are all logistics and supply chain management people. The logistics and supply chain management is operating and acting nowadays in a very complex and very difficult environment, which was the case also 2 years ago, which was the case also 3 years ago. But let's have a look at which are the most important drivers, basically, in our daily environments. One of the most important is all the time is the cost pressure, how to be more and more efficient in the supply chains and in the logistics systems. The other one driver, which is very important, is digitalization of business processes, which are coming back all the time. And the paradox, which is coming also for the supply chain professionals, is how to take care about the costs, how to be cheap and how to be flexible and how to be agile at the same time. The good news is that during the COVID-19 outbreak, the supply chain managers, basically, they have proved or they have shown again their adaptability to challenging conditions. So we, as logistics people, we are able to change and we are able to adapt fast or in terms of new requirements and in terms of new situation, basically. If we have a look on which kind of competencies, capabilities do we need to lead, to act, to work, to teach in supply chain management, basically, as I mentioned on the slide, the capabilities that do we need are always externally focused, and the competencies are always internally focused. This is very important one, because basically the capabilities, so the externally focused, are derived from the competencies. So it's very important to have the right competencies, basically, in order to get later or out of the competencies, the capabilities, basically. The flexibility, agility, and resilience, we are coming back later a little bit, which are very important drivers. At the moment, we have to understand it also, that the agility of the supply chain as an externally focused capability is derived from the flexibility, basically, in the supply chain processes. So first we have to create and we have to have flexible processes with flexible people who has the knowledge, who has the experience, in order to create the agility as a capability for the whole supply chains. The one important or one interesting lesson learned from the COVID epidemic, basically, we don't have to be surprised, basically, why the COVID hit so hard everywhere on the supply chains, because already before COVID, as you see in this table, in this
Excuse me, your slides are not changing. Your slides are not changing.
With the data on material flow disruptions already without COVID. Because as you can see, 61% of the companies in this worldwide study tells that they were unsatisfied by
Извините, господин Альфонс.
Sorry?
Мы презентацию не видим.
Mr. Alphonse, we don't see your presentation. Your slides are not changed somehow. We still see your only first slide, and please make them full screen, please.
I don't know, because it's on and it works, at least for me, but you don't see it.
Хорошо, ладно, тогда продолжайте, да.
Well, okay, then you can continue. And I will send the presentation later. But actually it's frozen on the very first page, so I don't know, something's happening. But it's okay, you can continue as is, but then. Now it is moving. Now it's 7 slides. Finally, we can see it, yeah.
It's
It is okay now. Everything is okay. We can see it is 7 slides, and we see the lessons learned from the COVID epidemic. Okay.
Do you see it now?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yes, yes,
Yes, now?
we see.
Ah, okay. I don't know what's the problem because it works at least on this side very well, but you don't see it. I don't know what's happened basically. So sorry. Yeah, this was the slide where I stopped right now, where I mentioned that we had already problems without COVID and before COVID with the data on material flow disruptions, because 61% of companies already told it before COVID that we have problems with data and we don't get it and we don't know about the data material flow disruptions. And then COVID arrived, and then of course COVID hit a very big portion on this situation. Also coming from this study, we can have the view and we can have the conclusion on the study that resilience, or basically flexibility regarding the customer requirements, is the top priority in manufacturing industry, logistics, service, retail. As you can see, the percentage rate as the company answered that how important for them to act flexible and to be resilient against the changing market and against the changing customer requirements, basically. We as European Association, Logistics Association, we have created more than 30 years ago certification process for education and also certification process for exams, basically, to get standard competency for logistics people. And then if the logistics people, they have standard competencies, they can work with standard working processes, and therefore from standard working processes, work flows and companies, it's much easier to create if we need clusters basically everywhere. Those ELA standards or certification, they are recognized by industry and they are really used by high-level organization, as you can see, as by the World Bank Group, also by the European Investment Bank, also in some project by the European Reconstruction and Development Bank, and also United Nations have used in several projects those ELA certifications, basically. Those certification has 3 levels, junior, senior, and master level, basically, in function where the related persons, they are working in the supply chain and with which responsibility level, basically. Talking and having discussion with industry, 3 main field or 3 main directions came into the limelight during the last years: the digitalization, the resilience, and the sustainability. Where we did see high level need from the industry to integrate these fields in the certification level and certification process. Therefore, we need those fields in the standard communication, in the standard education, standard exams as well. And we try to integrate them. We had the question of what and how, which are or what are the precise industry expectations basically for the skills, for the competencies, and then how to integrate those precise needs into the certification systems. We organized workshops basically and brainstorming with industry people where we wanted to understand the precise needs. We used several working groups. Then we had validation on the outcome. We integrated academia as well. And when the several stakeholder groups, or at least 2 stakeholder groups, has mostly the same understandings, then we accepted all those findings basically. Yes, we have still some more detailed info about the methodology where I don't want to go in the detail. Rather would show a result, an example result in sustainability, how the sustainability competencies have been incorporated in master, senior, and junior level, you can see several competencies which have been defined by industry and by academia, and already those competencies are in the certification system. So everybody who would like to be certified and they are studying and they have exams, they have to fulfill also those kind of competencies as well from sustainability. And then we created also digitalization as well, resilience as well. And of course, we created in the background also the questions, basically. The conclusion out of it was, I would underline two things or 2 points, basically, out of this 4. The digitalization, sustainability, and resilience are really seen as a very relevant and very important topic for managers, but also by academia as well. And the other one is that these 3 focal areas, the 3 focal fields, basically, they have practical implications on different people involved in the supply chain, not only in the supply chain specialists, but also on HR and also on university level. Therefore, if we are able to use those inputs, and if you are able to use the whole certification system, then we have more and more standard outcome, standard logistics position, standard logistics working flow between the people. And with those standards, people and therefore companies are able to create much easier clusters if it needs, basically. So thank you very much. Basically, that was the background what I wanted to show about how certification can help with a standard approach to create standard knowledge, standard exam and education to get easier cluster creation for companies, basically.
Спасибо большое, господин Альфонс. Очень
Thank you, Mr. Alphonse. That was very useful recommendation. I believe that forum participants will learn about your recommendation in the set of compilation of articles. We do agree with you that both internal and external conditions of the companies are changing very rapidly, and that actually challenged the companies, forces the companies to adapt, to prepare for the new conditions of work. And one of the ways to enhance or ensure collaboration between the businesses and the universities as a foundation is it kind of collaboration. And as you know, in 2016, with the Magdeburg University of Otto-von-Guericke at the Kazakh-German University, we have established a logistics center, and this center carries out and implements a number of projects, and one of such projects is log training. So now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Tobias Regelin from Magdeburg University. And I have a question for you about the log training, how the advanced training courses will be developed under log training, what kind of vectors, what kind of subject areas are you going to select, and how are they going to be different from the courses that already exist? Tobias, the floor is yours now.
Okay, thank you, Jandos, for the introduction. Good afternoon to everyone. I have only brought with me one slide. I think that's also perfect in terms of time management, since we only have left 20 minutes for the last 4 speakers. And I don't want to go in too much detail. I want to use this forum to ask for your help. We have learned from the other talks we could listen today already that there are a lot of challenges we need to cope with during the next years to further develop logistics in Kazakhstan. And we already have heard from Mr. Alphonse Antoni how we can cope with some of these challenges by improving the education of specialists and also at universities. And the project log training Jandos has talked about tries to aim at this. What we want to do is we as a locked center, you can see the partners on the right side. The main project partner is the German Kazakh University, with help from the University of Magdeburg and the Technical University in Wildau, that's near Berlin. And what we want to do is to offer training in certain areas of production and logistics to help specialists in companies to further improve their logistics and production knowledge. And you already heard that I name production and logistics in one sentence. I think this is not a problem, that's maybe even the solution. We should integrate it more in our thinking. You can see a lot of German logistics providers who are already trying to integrate in their logistic processes also processes of adding value. So like doing assemblies and other small process steps, which are not done anymore with production companies, but which are now done with the logistics service providers. So that's why we like always to speak about production and logistics when we talk about the services we want to offer in the log center. We have first defined 4 areas where we want to offer training. You can see the areas here, but this is not fixed. This is just our first thoughts based on the knowledge the project partners have and based on what we think will be useful for practice. But as Mr. Alphonse Antoni already said, they did a broad needs analysis. Where are the real needs? This is what we also want to do, specialized for Kazakhstan and Central Asia. So you could help us if you go to this website and give answers to our needs analysis, because we want to develop the programs in such a way that they're really useful for practice. We will do some pilot trainings in 2022. And also for this pilot trainings, we need interested companies, interested governmental organizations and administrations who want to take part in these trainings and help us to further develop these trainings. And I will just give a very short overview what we have planned so far and what we are still developing. One big area is, of course, transportation logistics, because it's quite important for Kazakhstan. Transportation logistics will be developed closely together with a partner from Technical University of Wildau. Another area which we think is also or could become very important for Kazakhstan in the future, probably more for big cities than for the big transport chains, it's urban and sustainable logistics. We already started with a very concrete project. We sourced a cargo bike and implemented it in Almaty, so it can be already used at the moment. You can approach Jandos-Kegenbekov, and if you think the transportation needs of your company within Almaty would fit to what a cargo bike can do, just approach Jandos and try out our cargo bike. It can transport up to 300 kilograms. It has electrical support, so you don't need to be afraid of the mountains in Almaty. It's also kind of winter safe. It has a protection shield for the driver. It has special winter tires. So there is no reason not to try it out. And based on these concepts, we also want to offer trainings to urban and sustainable logistics. That's not only or we want not only approach companies with these trainings, also governmental and administrative structures. In the talk of Mr. Bekman-Kambetov, we heard about, or we heard how important would be to have simulation modeling. This is also one of the areas where we want to offer trainings. The whole area of using simulation models, optimization models, models of artificial intelligence to support any decisions in production and logistics. Could be planning decisions, could be operative decisions in real time. And another field where we want to offer training is it's not the domain I'm describing. It's more the tools we want to use. It's management games and production and logistics. And with the help of management games, you can enable your employees to analyze current processes, to see where the processes have some disadvantages, some failures. You can improve the processes and develop good processes for your production and logistics system. This is what we train with the help of these management games. So these are the 4 areas where we plan to develop trainings in. But as I said in the beginning, it's not fixed yet. You can still influence our project if you take part in the needs analysis, if you take part in the pilot trainings. So you're more than welcome to be part of our project. You can directly approach Jandos Kekenbekov, who is responsible for the project at German Kazakh University. And just, yeah, the last I want to mention is that the project so far is funded by the German Academic Exchange Service and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany. But the goal for the future is that this log center, log training project will support itself. And this we can only achieve if we develop training concepts which are really close to the actual needs in the industry. That's what we plan to do in the next years. That's all I wanted to say for now.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you, Tobias. Yes. Well, I would like to add that should you have any additional questions, you can always reach out to me. And now I would like to give the floor to the expert who represents business community. Natalia Stanislavna is the head of transport and logistics company. She also participates, so you know, in staff training or kind of she was a researcher. She was in a number of different projects. So in fact, she understands all the problems from within. She knows what difficulties you have when you have a research, when you have to teach students, and when you have to run business. Natalia, are you here? Are you with us? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So if you could tell me, to what extent Kazakhstan transportation companies are interested in clusterization? What are their expectations from research activities, from university, from research groups, from universities, and from the authorities? Why do we not have a very good collaboration between transport businesses and the authorities? How come there's no contact? Thank you. First of all, I would like to welcome all the participants of today's forum. I'm very happy to listen to all of you. I listened to all the presentations and I've heard lots of useful ideas. Well, going back to your question, I could say the following. It is important to understand that transport companies, transportation companies, in company, you know, freight forwarders in company, from company in Kazakhstan, if we look at the significant, like big national carriers or railway companies. So except those, most of the transportation freight forwarding companies are small and medium-sized enterprises. They may not have enough money for innovations. They may not have, you know, resources simply, and actually they may not be even considering seriously potential collaboration with the scientific community. They have their own some principles and understanding and ideas, but I believe the question should be asked from the scientific community as to what they can offer, because the business's goal is to get profit, to make money, and to see how some innovations may help the business make more money, be more efficient. And if that would be the ultimate goal of any research, then no business will ever say no to that.
Can you hear me okay? Yes, please continue. So when we're talking about clusters and cooperation, of course, there were many good ideas. Most of them are global, and I hope they will be implemented. But when you would like to start something, start with small things. I believe Mr. Regelin's presentation was very constructive because in terms of upgrading competencies of the sector, it is a quite doable thing. We have, for instance, Kazakh-German University, which could do this, and there is support from German partners, and more importantly, there is a demand on behalf of transport companies, because most who work in this area, they were trained in totally different universities and with different majors. Of course, currently we have a logistics major in university, but they just started. But those who are experienced with 5 to 10 years seniority, they have a lot of practical knowledge, and of course for them upgrading courses will be very important, because most of them do not have opportunity to go and get a second degree at the universities, because it is a very time consuming. So short-term refresher courses will be very important for them. Then in our sector, this very small degree of centralization, and Germany could help us there. So that is why when we are talking about optimization of all kind of processes, and of course in Germany there is such a big company which is SAP, very recognizable company, but most of our small companies may not afford SAP solutions. Maybe it would be some cheaper digital solutions which could optimize transport companies' operations. When I'm talking about transport companies, I'm talking I'm talking about a big number of freight forwarding companies and logistic companies who have no digital solutions. And if we would offer them some digital cheap and efficient solutions, I think this would have a very big impact on the efficiency of the sector. And also we have quite a big number of students, and they could do the market research. And I think it could be a very good start for any sort of activities. If we're talking about problems with exports, we need to find out with the analyzing the current situation in the market. Transport companies are short of HR in order to gain this information, but universities could help in terms of providing a market review and analysis. And respectively, for instance, currently we are in the process of research. This is gender research with the USAID support, when we are trying to determine difficulties of young lady specialists in the sector. And we see that we have a good results of this research because women in the sector, they provide a very good impact. They would like to be part of this project in general. In particular, our company had a joint project with the Russian Skolkovo Digital Research Center regarding the intercity deliveries. If we'll take Almaty city, yes, we have same approach and solutions as Yandex Taxi, where you can provide cargo delivery for private persons, but many transportation operations are done for legal entities, for businesses, and there is no program or applications which could provide these transport services for businesses within the city. And I think this application can be developed as a startup at university. Also, when we're talking about German superiority regarding simulation, modeling, I think this was correctly mentioned by Mr. Regulin. And for instance, we have a lot of business plans to open new warehouses, to establish distribution. And to us as transport companies, many customers approached us for better logistic transport operations. When we're talking about deep frozen cargo like meat or poultry, when we have a very big traffic of cars and you need to make the most of this cargo traffic. And here we can use these opportunities in with the Kazakh-German University to build up a simulation model in order to find better solutions. These things are very doable. And of course, in the future, we will have much more further steps, but we have to start with small things. Thank you very much, Natalia. I think all your recommendations will be taken into consideration, and considering the fact that we're limited by time now, I want to thank you for participating in our workshop with your practical recommendations. And based on these ideas, what universities can offer us, I would like to give further floor to Gulmira from Satpayev University. But before giving her a floor, I would like to apologize to all the speakers because we are about to gain time from the next session, because we are a little bit beyond our time limit in this current session. So please, we would like to hear now from from Madam Mukanova. She is with logistics department at Satpayev Technical University. Can you hear me okay now? Yes. Good afternoon, distinguished participants, dear participants of the 9th Kazakh-German Logistic Forum. Now I am here with you as a speaker, although our university, the representatives of our university, always participating within the past 5 to 6 years as participants. And now I'm really proud to be a speaker here. I would like to thank you, Mr. Gurkasher. I accepted his invitation with pleasure in order to talk now about the current status and perspective of our university in terms of logistics training. Kazakh University, Technical University, named after Satpayev, started training in logistics since the very start, when we established this major since 2010. And same I could say regarding the master courses, postgraduate courses. Regretfully, the previous management of our university actually suspended taking new students to this major, but since 2017 we started to accept new students considering the demand on the major in logistics. And then we've got new management who realized the perspectives of this major and its relevance. And irrespective of a small number of students, we have 125 students in a bachelor degree of all years. We've got also postgraduate courses. We have only 7 faculty members there, but nevertheless, considering the importance of this major, we developed this training. We have bachelor courses, master courses, and PhD courses, doctorate courses. Other words, we've got 5 PhD students now, and we have a number of important things, such as develop competencies for our faculty members, integration into the business environment, such as individual training, integration into the international academia, and this was a very good incentives for our people. Considering the demand for logistics, we would like to open new majors in digital logistics and joint educational projects with Silesian University and Budapest Metropolitan University to have joint educational programs for bachelor and master courses. Currently, we have 71% of degree holders in our faculty members, but by 2025, we plan to expand our faculty with visiting professors, outsourcing visiting professors. We have 2 visiting professors now who are involved in the educational process. We also would like to have a special group with the instruction in English. And we also have international certificate mutual recognition program, who will have, we will have this joint program with the European Logistic Association. We had 2 weeks study tour in Göttingen University, and until now in my educational program, I add what I learned there at Edinburgh University, and we would like to consider the Magdeburg Otto von Guericke University experience to our educational programs. We also are planning our various study tours and of course international study tours based on the Balashak Fellowship sponsored by the government of Kazakhstan. When we're talking practical developments, I would like to remind you about your time limit. Yes, we would like to build up new opportunities with the industry. Khorgos Northern Eastern Gate program with the logistics center in Khorgos. We also got professional training at European Logistic Association. So our students will get certificates from ELA. when developing infrastructure, we would like to establish virtual laboratory in the framework of our university. So when we're talking about PhD courses, there we attract specialists from Hungary, United Kingdom, and Russia. We would like to expand the number of visiting professor and boost academic mobility. Currently, we have a number of partner universities for this. And of course, HR competence is one of the major indicator for logistics efficiency. So I believe we need to establish scientific, educational, transport logistic cluster, which is a foundation for merger capacity of educational institutions and the sector itself. Thank you. Thank you. These are very constructive proposals. Let us think about it. As you know, in 2016, in the framework of our center, we united all universities who are trained specialists in logistics. Thank you. And the final presentation in this sector, Mr. Popov, I am really sorry, but we have to limit your time. Yes, I'm here with you. I hope you can hear me okay, Mr. Popov. You have only 7 minutes for your presentation. Sorry for limiting your time slot. Thank you for having me at this workshop. Actually, I heard a lot of interesting presentation. I was really interested to hear for one specific presentation on behalf of educational institution where I studied. Now I would like to speak about methodology of logistic infrastructure development in a given region. And if you are interested in this model construction, you can address directly to me, and I will give you more detailed information on methodology building logistic infrastructure in a given region. Now we're talking about the other thing, such as a number of activities where we see the impact of logistical infrastructure on a given region and how this logistical infrastructure development could positively impact on the social and economic status of a given region. And of course, the main idea is where to place logistical sites. And of course, there are different opportunities and different approaches for this, which gives a chance us to precisely find locations of these facilities. Usually, these logistics sites are focusing more on transport, and this determines basically the basic layout of the infrastructure. However, all those activities would not give us a chance to build up simultaneously logistic and transport and warehouses infrastructure. Here we have the approach which give us a chance to detect the location of these infrastructure locations.
This model was tested partially in Volgograd region at the polygon or testing site, and the main stages of this technology are represented on this slide. So if we take some region of Russian Federation, then it normally consists of several areas or districts. And initially, we need to identify the districts to understand which ones are best suited to be the sorting and handling centers. And then we place these logistics centers. Well, depending on the size, depending on the area, demographics, as well as the volume of transportation and cargo, that will be, well, not the only, that will depend, that will define whether the center will be, the logistics, or it will be a transit center. After that, we identify the location of the key nodes of transportation infrastructure, and then we connect those objects with the transportation nodes. Well, in order to identify the most suitable locations to form the backbone of logistics infrastructure, we use the cluster analysis, determinant analysis, and the classic analysis. And as a criteria, we use social economic indicators as well as infrastructural development indicators. On the basis of this method, we identify the most suitable areas which have the highest indicators possible, with the highest social economic indicators and infrastructure development possible. And after having identified the districts where key objects of logistics infrastructure are most suitable, we do this geographical connection for warehouse infrastructure, and then we select the most optimal location of such objects with the parallel identification of their put-through capacity. And then that is done on the basis of the cumulative costs that are made of placement of the warehouse, cargo handling costs, transportation costs, transportation from the warehouse to the retail chain, and from the manufacturers to the warehouse, transportation costs are also taken. Then there are certain limitations that are imposed in the model, and as a result, we get this most suitable number. So actually, this economic model was presented in our research paper, and I could, of course, show in greater detail, but I wanted to use it as a description of what we do in a simplified manner. So after we'll have identified the most suitable location for an object of a logistics infrastructure, then to organize these transportation flows from the manufacturer to the warehouse and from the warehouse to the seller to the consumer, we propose the best model with the best put-through capacity. Normally, these will be transport logistics terminals or cargo handling transit hubs. The location will be, the decision about the location will be based on the minimum costs, costs related to transportations both ways, and cost of transportation from the manufacturer to the warehouse and from the warehouse to the supply chain. So this mathematical model also uses some limitations, or has certain constraints that are also presented on this slide. Then we propose an algorithm to solve the optimization problem. And the positive side of this algorithm is that, given the similarities of mathematical models, we were able to come up with a single algorithm that proposes to solve them, to use the mathematical model to identify the most optimal location with regard to the transport infrastructure. This algorithm has also been published, And should that be necessary, we can offer more detailed information. And you can look at how we propose to solve the optimization problem. The only drawback, the only serious shortcoming though, is that these models use the assumption that we have a demand for specific goods and commodities. But we also developed a mathematical model which where the demand is stochastic. And that stochastic demand as a factor is calculated. Mr. Popov, unfortunately, we took a bit more time, so I'm almost done. Just like that, there is a model that is linked to the stochastic demand, and by waiving and disregarding some specific commodity. So, and that is also available. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think we do have a room for cooperation. We'll be happy to do so. We will definitely get in touch with you, and the universities that are attending today's event, I'm sure will learn about the results of your research in the compilation of today's article. Now I'd like to give the floor to Elizaveta Urumbekova. Good day, distinguished participants of the Kazakh-German Logistics Forum, on role of cluster in development of the modern national innovative systems. We will start the work of the second session on production. We hope to discuss here not only the work and specific area of collaboration, but also to discuss the issues of wider application of digital technologies, and that will help enhance the efficiency of industrial processes as well as industrial processes that we do have in the sector. These experts will be able to guide us on the modern trends, on development of the economic sectors. They will be able to explain the role of science and education and modernization. We have the head of the ProdLog, Marcel Junior, the head of the multifunctional Center of KTG, Diana, we also combined Dijana, associate professor. We also have Okorovneshtrand companies, the first vice president of the Ukrainian National Committee of the International Chamber of Commerce, the chairman of the advisory committee of Polski juicer company, Platonov Oleg Isakovich. Now, the first question would be asked to Mr. Marcel Müller, the head of ProdLog project. Mr. Müller, could you please tell us about the ProdLog program? What is it that you do under this program, and so on?
Yeah, hello, thank you very much. I hope you can understand me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, ProdLog is was a very interesting research project. It is or was co-founded by the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union and was held. We started in the 15th of October in 2017, and it went until this October in this year. It's part of the action of the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union, of the action capacity building in the field of higher education. So the objective was to develop and implement an interdisciplinary resource efficient production logistics program for master students in Russia, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan with 80 modules, and also in conformity with the Bologna process. So yeah, of course, the German Kazakh University was involved, and we from Otto von Guericke University in Magdeburg. We had also some other universities from Europe. So from France, we had Sigma Clermont, from Also from Germany, we had the University of Applied Science Landshut. From Hungary, we had University of Miskolc. And yeah, the Kazakh Academy of Transport and Communication was also from Kazakhstan. And we had two universities, the Madi and the Volga State University from Russia, and the I saw already Akebek, the Kyrgyz State Technical University from Kyrgyzstan, and also the Kyrgyz National Agrarian University. So it was really an interesting mix, I would say, for Central Asia to implement this program, this master program, and well, what we have achieved so far when we are looking at the results. Well, we developed, and I would say like an over, not an over, maybe we developed a module manual which is applied to the different 6 partner universities. So of course, every university makes a bit its adaptation, but at the end of the day, we have one program, one module manual for every university. And yeah, we provided teaching plans and learning materials and tried to give an impulse to have a knowledge transfer from Germany, from France, from Europe in general to the partner countries, to see how we are teaching, what are our skills, and we, with many trainings, with many teacher trainings, due COVID-19, of course, many also in online formats. Yeah, we taught the staff at the partner universities, at GKU, also, yeah, what we are teaching to our students. Also, we had a good opportunity to purchase some state-of-the-art laboratories. So German Kazakh University right now has a very good and high quality laboratory, not only PCs, but also new technologies like virtual reality, multi-touch table, simulation software, and many more. And I think this is, yeah, was very good. And we also saw with the first students who are using the courses, these laboratories are very, yeah, the students are very interested in this, in these new technologies, and yeah, this is quite nice to see. Another aspect, also very important for the European Union, is accreditation. Yeah, we implemented or we assured that in the partner countries, when you implement the master program, is of course officially accepted and accredited, so that after now the project is over, that after this project there's still this this curriculum, there is a sustainable approach in this way. And yeah, besides the many students we had already there, yeah, another achieved result, I think, for us was to share a new vision of production, logistics, and sustainability. I think we today heard already a bit about it, that yeah, logistics is not only transport, and in Germany, for example, it's quite common to think it together with production. So yeah, the master is called resource efficient production logistics. So this means we want to give a new understanding also in Kazakhstan for logistics, that it has to work together, of course, with the supply chain and so on, but also with the production. And to understand logistics means to go all over the processes. And the resource efficient aspect of this vision shows or is our approach to say, okay, how we can implement sustainability in production. And one way to do it is to be really energy efficient. So when it comes to, okay, what kind of specialists are there then when they were trained by Protlog?
No, we can ask this information about the students which are prepared after.
Okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you so much for your report. Так, второй вопрос мне бы хотелось...
The second question will be asked to the head of Ukrainian delegation, so Platonov Oleg Isakovich. As we all know, recently Ukraine launched a pilot project on digitization of transportation documents and making sure that it's harmonized and aligned with the multimodal freight forwarding. The question is how the work is progressing on digitization of the document in line with the reference model of this multimodal transportation. So what can I say there? Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to say a couple of words about what have been discussed so far. All the trends that you have in Kazakhstan, they're all in line with the concept and policy of the Center on Simplification of Business or Trade Operations of the United Nations. So when it comes to digital transformation, then it is a key way to expedite all the processes. One, and secondly, to register all the processes, to document all the processes, and it also gives an opportunity to make everything in a very transparent and easy way to change the document. Since 2019, Ukraine had this objective. Actually, we didn't speak about the digital transformation then; it wasn't a trend yet. But actually, we wanted to fight corruption back then, and when we looked for different ways to address corruption, we then decided to refer or kind of rely on these recommendations of the United Nations, and then together with the government of Ukraine, we contacted the United Nations Economic Commission, who supported Ukraine, and we had 11 international workshops. And at the beginning, the training participants have noticed that the progress is there. So the last webinar or seminar was attended by 43 members, 43 countries. Well, yeah, the pandemic was a bad thing, but actually there are some good things to that, because thanks to these online opportunities, we have better international coverage, and a higher number of people can attend all these events. So, so just like that, with all the difficult things, we have this positive side, right? Every cloud has a silver lining, as they say. So 43 countries did evaluate the situation, and then apparently that what supported them, what helped them during the pandemic, was this digital document. Because whenever you had a digital document, then logistics chains do not get disrupted, do not get interrupted, and everything was processed in form of a digital recording or digital entry record. The project was then in Ukraine called the single one-stop shop of a local decision. So when we discuss cluster, that's very important, of course. And secondly, was the adaptation of students to some professions, or the dual system of education that was also needed to be introduced, and that helps students adapt their theoretical knowledge to their practical work by breaking these hours, classroom hours, into theory and practice classes. And students were engaged in provision of transportation and freight forwarding services. And I'm very happy to hear the word innovation, because these young people who are familiar with the digital solution or technologies, they can come up with different recommendations as to the improvement. And that gives us this sustainable opportunity to develop. So the project resulted in some practical logistics solutions that help us divide our work in two parts. The first one has to do with the training of the staff, and the second one has to do with testing and adaptation of the staff. And the third is participation of different stakeholders, manufacturing companies or associations, and such as the academy, or the academy, or Fiata Institute that deals with staff training, human resource training, and others. And
ведя преподавание на курсах, мы уже как бы доводим до сведения всех участников.
We will try to inform all the market participants on the current situation. We have the initiative to have another solution in internal water links and railroad links. And this multi-modality gives us a chance to use not current papers, but databases. And one of the elements of this project is to start with the one-shop window approach. And this is because not a single container was moving without the bribes, but it is also linked with lack of control. And that was in 2012 when we developed a trial version. This application gives gives us a chance to get rid of papers, stick to paperless workflow, and we hence get rid of corruption, and businesses were no longer had to pay bribes. Now, what we used for this, we used international standards, what you discussed during this meeting, and this international standards gives us a chance to use technologies uniformly. And there is also a very important agreement on trade facilitation. This is a very popular solution. And in addition, when you develop clusters, these clusters should be supported by the government. Here, we are first of all talking about information exchange. And your meeting is a unique opportunity to discuss your technical intermodality. And also, we started to use XML schemes because before we used UN de facto standard, and this gives us a chance to implement the reference model, data model. Yes, actually, we are very short for the time. We will have more questions to you, and we will be back to your presentation topic. I would recommend all the participants, especially educational and scientific institutions, to visit UN website called Centers for Simplification of Logistic Procedures. You could file your application there, and you could be a part of this system, a part of this network. You could use a big database which is placed there, which will give you a chance to move forward. That is if we speak about this in a nutshell. Okay, thank you. It turned out, based on your presentation, I've got a question to Mr. Sultanbek, Director of ONK KTZ Multifunctional Service Center, regarding what is the situation in Kazakhstan regarding digitalization in Kazakhstan. We know that KTZ is in charge and involved in about 20 digital transformation projects. And my question is, what kind of success and accomplishments you have regarding these projects to the present time? Good afternoon. Thank you for having me at your website, at your web seminar. A national Kazakhstan-Nemecki railroad operator is involved into many digital projects under the sponsorship of Samruk-Kazyna. Currently, in our pipeline, we have 16 active projects and a couple of more projects in post-monitoring stage. We are monitoring these projects in terms of their operations. The benefits are split on financial and quality. Part of the projects are focused specifically on financial gains. The other one on quality, which is productivity increase and improving efficiency and ratings. There are accomplishments which we reported through the mass media institutions. The program is developing. We've got new projects in cargo and passenger traffic, and we have some specific financial impact within this program. There we are also building financial and economic models. It is all in line with the methodology of project management. Thank you for your brief answer. Everything is very clear. And amongst our guest speakers, please stay with us. We'll be back to you. We have the Professor of Logistics, Madam Tymbayeva. She's with the Satbayev Technical University. In the framework of industrial and informational development, the main strategic paper is the State Program for Industrial Development until 2025. And what will be the role of logistic enterprises in the area of industrial and innovative development in between 2020 and 2025 in order to boost competitiveness of processing industry in the local and international markets. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I have a presentation, but considering that we're short for the time, I'd just like to say that since 2020, we've got third stage of Industrial Innovative Development Program, where the main focus is given to digitalization. And I would like to analyze the main challenges of this program, which we have in front of production sector and world economy in general in the context of post-endemic reconstruction. I should say about the challenges of industrial sector in the future and how logistics could help. Of course, that is disruption of supply chains, and there, in this regard, we will see the trend to the regionalization. And in this regard, it would be very good if Kazakh logistical companies would develop in view of regional logistics development. And then we have to think not only disruptive supply chain, but innovations can give us a chance to give an extra impetus to the sector development. This would be, in this regard, there will be less demand in manual labor because of robotization. That is another challenge. And hence, we see the biggest opportunity associated with robotization. And on the other hand, we have some challenges. Also, climate change consequences, how we can cope with the new standards in view of protecting the environment. Of course, this means toughening requirements on environmental safety, and at the same time, we're about to start the third stage of innovative development. This all set up new requirements for our logistics sector. Our logistic companies should be ready to embrace new technologies in order to stay competitive. The cost of logistic operations increased, and on the other hand, we'll see the shrinking demand in logistic services. That is why this sector should find new opportunities to decrease cost and boost efficiency. I also would like to say about new opportunities for more frugal operations. Of course, I don't want to go into details. Yes, definitely, we will discuss with you those things in order to be more logical. And my next question to Mr. Platonov regarding digitalization this time. Now, what kind of success you can report in terms of digitalization and data exchange in various transport sectors? Are you planning to add more countries to your digital network? Yes, thank you very much for this. First of all, we produced a special report on digitalization of multimodal transport. There we encompassed all types of transport apart from pipelines, because pipelines is a different mode of transportation. We're talking about internal waterways, maritime transport, railroad, motor, and air transports. If we're talking about digitalization, I don't want to name some specific papers in this regard, but the latest information proves that we need to use the data for multimodal transportation operation as a foundation for our further improvements. We've got a new logic if we are talking about traditional papers, and then we're talking about innovation papers. In traditional, we have a list of paper, but innovative document, it is just a comprehensive set of information with digital signatures, and we are building the whole network on this basis, where we make one note, and this note remains in the system. It would be possible to delete it. This all remains in archives, but the final goal is to transfer to a global single interface of operations with various transport modalities and in various jurisdictions. We would like to use web IP approach, which is promoted by the UN. This could be a very efficient solution for technical interoperability with systems. When we're talking about West-East approaches, we are focusing on developing new Silk Way. But the issue of multimodality remains very relevant for us because we would like to continue Ukrainian experience in the Caspian Sea, and that is the linkage between Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Gulf states. One of the approach here is to mutual recognition of legal electronic documents. There we could employ EU experience with the respective directives and the concept of verification of electronic signatures. Now, we hope that the Ukrainian experience will be positive, and then we will have more developments in ferry line connections in the Caspian Sea, and we will hope that this will be improved with the new approach on behalf of the EU and developments of ferry lines in the Caspian Sea. So this will be a revival of the Silk Road there. Thank you. Thank you very much. We wish you success in your plans and endeavors. Thank you. Mr. Sultanbek, I would like to ask you another question. We would like to ask you if the government contributes to the KTZ digitalization program. We know that this is a very capital-intensive project, or you are supporting these programs exclusively at your own expense. Of course, mainly this program is supported exclusively by our budget because this project aimed at improving efficacy of the company. So, of course, we are trying to support it financially. Nevertheless, the government closely monitors this project. Before, if you remember, there was a digital Kazakhstan program, and KTZ was an active participant. There, we demonstrated the project of track meters or the odometers on every railroad car. We cooperating with the respective ministries, and we established a very good mutually beneficial cooperation with these agencies. Thank you. Now I have another question to Jazeera. Let us go back to the state industrial innovative program until 2025. It turned out that the priorities of innovative program
The priorities need to be identified on the national foresight research, and they need to serve as a basis for the national technological direction. So what kind of steps are being undertaken for the research for processing industry with expert-oriented goods services? Well, thank you for your question. The thing is that PAF University is a technical university, and therefore our institutes have very close links with the industry, with the industrial sector, and they do carry out a number of projects. We, for instance, had a project on scientific and research support to oil transportation via oil pipelines, together with Kazakh-German joint stock company. As a result of this project, the company was able to achieve 20% cost reduction for energy, for electricity. And on top of that, under the Atlas of New Professions, we do have training and educating of staff for these new expert-oriented sectors. Specifically, there is a specialty that's called automation and robotization. It's robototechnics and mechanics, biomedical engineering, and so on. And every institute has a center. For instance, the Machinery Building Institute has a laboratory called Digital Technologies of Machinery Building. So every institute has that. At the university level, though, we have a production fab lab called Production Laboratory, which produces electronic chips or motherboards. So the works are ongoing, the process is ongoing. So the work, the science is actually the creative process. And now the scientists, the scholars are very encouraged, and the university leadership, they ask us for what we need, they provide us legal support and so on. So there's support, and the National Center of Science helps us as well. So these are the core projects that we have. But in fact, there are many more projects, and listing them will take a while. But we do have very close collaboration. We have cooperation between the university, academic environment, and the industry. Is well established, and I think it even received a new impetus and is moving forward in a very expedited, intensified manner. So these are the situation, and we do have the data, the numbers to back up. So the science does guard the interests of our development program, the national development programs. Thank you. That is excellent. Yes, that is excellent, and outstanding that you have such high numbers of projects. Yeah. We even have the advanced center for the doctoral students together with Erasmus program. That's the platform where young researchers are given an opportunity to collaborate with the scholars from Europe, from Poland. So it is really excellent. I think now the time for science to flourish and to start dealing with the real-life problems. The human resources receive a lot of attention, and all the conditions, all the prerequisites are being created, being set for the scientists to create and to work. Yeah, thank you. I wish you all the best. I wish you progress and thriving of your investment. I do have a question to Mr. Sultanbekov. Do you think the universities can participate in digitization projects? For instance, KTG, can the faculty members, students, or master students, doctor students, how can they contribute to digitization project implementation? Thank you. That's a very good question. Yes, they can. We even had such instances in 2017. I was the head of KTG project, one of the KTG projects. I very successfully collaborated with 4 master students of Nazarbayev University. They were engineering management specialists, students, and they participated in our project. They worked for 3 months And on the basis of this data, we developed a predictive model that was able to predict and forecast the future volumes of transportation and forwarding with the AI and with the machine learning and so on. So their work, the work of this four master students, was recognized as the best. So we do have some positive experience there. We also have the university graduates who come for some internship, for some placement. You know, there is a Jasurken program under Samruk National Holdings support or umbrella. I think the program was around for 3 or 4 years, where young specialists, young professionals, after having been selected very thoroughly, actually, they go to Samruk's 4 companies. They spend 5 months each. They receive salary. They receive the housing compensation if that's something that is required, like if they move some other place. Any specialist can come, actually, any, like, no exceptions there. As you know, Samruk Holding is represented in all these sectors of the economy, whether that's mining or transport or logistics. So on top of that, KTG has launched its own program, internship and placement. We very recently signed a memorandum with few universities, memorandum of understanding, and ourselves and the university are interested in organizing of this internship at our events and in our enterprises, and that is of course possible, plausible. We do have all of that, and we're ready for collaboration and cooperation with all of our partners. This is exactly what we wanted to hear. We also want to collaborate. Thank you very much for your recommendations. I have a concluding question to Mr. Miller. I would like to ask you to tell us more about education of the specialists that trained under ProdLog program. What are the contribution do we expect from the ProdLog graduates when it comes to the sectoral development and the overall development of the country?
Thank you very much for the question. Well, I would say it's like, yeah, two main aspects. So one thing is the state of the art of technology we have in the laboratories, and the other one is the capability to analyze the different key factors of performance in logistic companies. So the performance of logistic is a key factor for the industry and service sectors, and its development relies on a permanent search and adoption of innovations of many disciplines and to engineering management. So the managers and so on, what we have in the companies, need to really make a decision, important decision, and adapt to the new challenges we have nowadays. And when we think with students, we will provide them with this program, I think, a competitive edge to in industrial engineering and engineering management, with a high emphasis on quantitative methods for decision making in the field of production, logistics, and transport management and optimization. And this we achieve by high technical management skills, which we are showing them in the different modules. And on the other side, I mentioned it before, with the different laboratories. So they have really the connection to the different new technology, and also with the new approach of sustainability in the form of energy efficiency. And I think this is a very important aspect, not in general for the company, but also as in general for the country's manufacturing sector and industry. Is this sufficient as a short answer, or?
Oh, it's okay, because we are limited in time. Thank you so much for your report. Everything is clear. Я хочу поблагодарить
Well, with that, I would like to thank our speakers for the time they have allocated to us and for answering all of our questions. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much. And the work of the second session came to an end. We seem to have finished on time. Now, I would like to give the floor to the third session's moderator, the associate professor of our university, Dinara Tulibaeva. Hello. Thank you, Perizat. Good day, dear participants of the 9th Kazakh-German Logistics Forum. Let me start the work of the third session, where we will jointly discuss the city or urban logistics issues, including the organization of passenger transportation, integration of the city into a whole model. We will speak about the reduction of emissions, reduction of green gas emissions, and I propose we listen to a lecture or presentation about the cargo bike project implementation. As speakers, in the capacity of speakers, we have invited Deputy Head of Urban Mobility Department of Almaty City Municipality, Mr. Murzagulov Sambat. Then we have the project leader of a cargo bike project, the head of the research group, Logistics Transport Systems of Ontofangerica University in Magdeburg, Tom Assmann. We also invited Anton Stabalevsky, Deputy General Director of Passenger Transportation in charge of marketing and sales. And we also invited the chairperson of a permanent commission on transport development of Kharkov Provincial Council, Doctor of Technical Sciences and laureate of the Ukraine State Award in the field of science and technical and engineering, Ostapchuk Viktor. Well, at the modern stage of development, the world grows and grows in urban rates, and urbanization is on the rise, and more than 50% of the world population lives in the city. Cities and metropolises are the centers of economic growth. However, there is a drawback to that, such as overburdened infrastructure, deteriorated air quality, general oil pollution, as well as sprawling. It is sprawling. The city and metropolises generate around 70% of CO2 emissions, and they also use 60% of natural resources. One of the ways to solve this problem is to use alternative green technologies. And as an example, I would like to mention the using cargo bikes for urban logistics. And to that, I would like to give floor to Tom Assmann. Tom, I ask you to speak about the cargo bike project that is being implemented at the German Kazakh University at the beginning of this year, jointly with the Ontofangerica Magdeburg University. Tom, the floor is yours now.
Hello and a very warm welcome from my side. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to be here and to be able to talk to you and with you about our cargo bike project. The idea of the cargo bike project is to bring some new ideas and innovations. Germany is developing cargo bikes to Almaty and to Kazakhstan to test and trial if this makes sense in the city, if it can be transformed, and especially if there's a potential to roll out cargo bike system in Kazakhstan and maybe to even create jobs around it. But basically the project itself, or the description of the project, Lima, our great research assistant and research or project assistant from the DKU side, prepared a presentation. I would hand over to Alima to give the insights into our current project.
Всем здравствуйте, меня зовут Алипова Алима.
Hello, my name is Alipova Alima. I'm the project assistant of Cargo Bike. The project was that for us to develop and to bring to Kazakhstan a very interesting urban transportation, urban logistics vehicle such as cargo bike. These bikes have boxes for cargo transportation, and they can be used for delivery of small shipments and small parcels. And that is key for addressing the last mile related challenges. This photo shows the existing cargo bike that was brought to Kazakhstan in September this year under our project. Looking at the characteristics of a cargo bike, and the bike has a weight of 241 kilograms, whereas its weight transportation capacity is 300 kilograms. So this box is 200 cubic meters, and it can be used to transport some minor cargo. The highest speed of this bike is up to 30 kilometers an hour. And for safety purposes, we have the rear view mirrors, the turn signals, and honk. While in terms of its size, it is perfect for the cycling lanes that we do have already in Almaty. Well, the project objectives are here, and the project is a research project, in fact. And the ultimate goal is to evaluate and assess using cargo bike for cargo transportation in comparison with other types of transportation from the economic and environmental aspect. We do understand that actually pollution is a challenge, is an issue for Almaty, and we thought cargo bike could be a very good way of transporting cargo around the city. Also, we want to launch a digital platform to use cargo bike and to encourage emergence of new transportation modes in other systems. Mr. Asman has prepared a detailed guidebook or a manual on how to plan introduction of cargo bikes and how to plan organizing of cargo bike hubs. It is available on our website on the Log Center site. So here's the link that covers everything related to cargo bikes, the types of hubs, how they were developed, and what needs to be considered when opening and launching a cargo bike. Also, this digital platform has a test system where you can book this bike. It is now open for testing, for trying, and we invite you to take a short test drive to see if you want to use this bike or to use it, or maybe if you want to use it for some economic purposes, or if you need something to ship around the place. So these are the links that you can click on and learn more. So should you have questions, you can always contact me or us. Here's the emails or here's the phone numbers. Also, you can send your contacts in the chat and we will send you a more detailed information about this project. Thank you. That is it from me. Thanks.
Спасибо.
Thank you. I have a question now. In Almaty, the urban development, Almaty or city urban mobility, together with the Transportation Research and Development Institute, are developing the transportation model. And as far as I am aware, there is no cycling. There's no proper cycling infrastructure. Yes, we do have an infrastructure, but it is not very well developed. It is used for passenger transportation mostly.
Они не предусмотрены изначально для перевозки грузов. Вот. Рассчитана ли провозная способность?
So my question is regarding the throughput capacity of cycling infrastructure in terms of traffic capacity for commuters. And you cannot use, obviously, this cycling network for cargo. Alima, Tom, will you please respond? Monte, please.
I mean, the first thing what I can say about cycling infrastructure in Almaty is that if you build cycling infrastructure, you really are meaning to build cycling infrastructure. In Europe, it's quite often the case that you build a cycling path for 200 or 300 meters and it ends on, and it's continuously changing. In Almaty, what I experienced, if you build a cycling path, it can be 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers long, and it's well done. It's a protected bike lane. It has a high standard. So what you're doing in terms of cycling infrastructure is really good. And the capacity of a cycling path depends on the width of the cycling path, and basically is several thousand cyclists an hour. And the capacity of a cycling path, or if you compare cycling path to the capacity of a car lane, it's a massive difference in terms that the cycling path is way better. And if you just add some cargo bikes, you won't change the ratio, that you can put at least 5 times more people along a cycling path than you can put along a car lane. And just adding some cargo bikes won't change it. If you're really planning, and actually this is what is necessary to fight climate change and air pollution, if you're really planning to change or to put a major share of urban good flows to cargo bikes, then you need to extend the width of your cycling paths. So currently the width is 1 meter, which is sufficient for cargo bikes. You need around 2 meters for each direction. And your streets are wide enough, so your streets have enough lanes. It's actually the perfect condition to reallocate street space from cars to bus, to bikes, to scooters, and by that you create way more capacity on your lanes, and you decrease air pollution, carbon dioxide emissions, and you help your city to flourish.
Динар Муртбек, thank you for your answer. Динар Муртбековна, у вас здесь тут еще один вопрос в чате. Как вы будете?
Dinara, you have another question here in the chat, whether we will include this or not. So thank you for your answer. Also, I would like to ask a question to Simbat. Simbat, are you with us? Yes, I'm here with you. Generally speaking, when we're talking about the big cities development, they are now getting more and more green with more and more green technologies involvement. That is about higher safety and environmental safety in line with sustainable development goals. And I would like to ask you what green projects you have in progress currently in Almaty. So thank you. And distinguished colleagues, thank you for having me at this meeting. As far as green projects are concerned, and in particular associated with city transport projects, we agreed to transfer all buses into gas-powered engines. But also we have to understand that in case of emergencies, we have to use public buses for evacuation. Gas is picked up from a pipe for these buses. And in case of emergency, these buses might not be operational. That is why we would like to split 50 by 50 gas and gasoline engines. So we would like to have 1,000 buses powered by gas and 1,000 buses powered by gasoline. Also, we got an investor who would like to bring electric buses. One line is operational, 206, which is powered by electric buses. And we would like to add more buses there. But actually, the cost of electric buses is very high, and this is a burden for the state municipal budget. But of course, we're in favor of improving environment and decrease pollution. Next is, as you mentioned, developing cycling infrastructure. I would like to comment on your question regarding the throughput capacity of the existing bicycle lanes. Yes, we see that technology is developing very fast. No one would ever imagine that we've got so many electric bicycles available. So if we would like to develop a cycling infrastructure, the lower part of the city where we've got mostly industrial objects, we will increase the width of these bicycle lanes to accommodate cargo bicycles as well. The cycling infrastructure is not developing at the desired pace, but nevertheless, we would like to increase it. Of course, electric scooters is one of the the biggest one in the city, and we've got 3 operators who offer these electric scooters, electric jets for rent. We do not have a proper culture of using these electric scooters so far, and we've got a lot of complaints from the citizens, but we would like to inform the public, especially young public, through educational institutions on how to safely operate these electric scooters available for rent again. We also developing dedicated bus lines. We also invest much into the metro construction. As it was mentioned already, in order to develop the city, we need to develop public transportation. Yes, currently we do not have sustainable solutions for mass transit, like, for instance, light rail trams, the LRT. We hope that the LRT will be built from the Talgar city to the Almaty downtown, and also we would like to build LRT along Tolibi, which would link west and the east part of the city. While implementing this kind of activities in 5 years, I hope we will manage to make about 60% of citizens use the public transport. You said about the LRT, don't you have the concerns that we will have the problem with land allocated for LRT? LRT is already designed. We technically can accommodate the LRT along the streets which we picked up for it. The only issue is financing. The investor would like to build everything at his own expense. I cannot guarantee now that we already secured such an investor, but we're in the process of negotiations. Thank you. And further on, we would like to discuss passenger traffic. And I would like to ask Anton Sobolevsky regarding the activities of your company, the joint stock company, passenger transportation, we know that you got core investors from Deutsche Bahn, and I would like to ask you about your efforts to improve mass public transport services. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. I would like to speak either in English or in Russian. Yes, we have more people understanding Russian, so you can continue in Russian. So yes, we have a colleague from the city's administration, and currently we are actively debating the strategic mobility plan for Almaty and agglomeration. And in this regard, I would like to say that we have a very big mass transit of commuters coming to and through the city, and based on the experience of other cities, like in Munich, they have a joint transport administration for the whole Munich city and agglomeration, because the transport strategy should be solved comprehensively with the outskirts management as well, because we've got a lot of commuters using private cars, causing a lot of traffic jams in the morning and in the evening. So that is why we gave our proposals on rapid mass transit based on LRT. Currently, we have only 6 suburban trains, which is of course not enough, and suburban railroad connections were mainly servicing the railroad employees themselves, and that is why we've got a paradoxic situation that suburban trains, they are providing services exclusively for the railroad service personnel, and they are not offering their services to commuters. And I hope that we will be heard by the city administration, and the railroad services will be offered for commuters as well. In Nur-Sultan, we have services to Karaganda, Ekibastus, and Pavlodar, and to Ekibastus there is a regular service which brings people from Ekibastus in the morning to Nur-Sultan and in the evening back to Ekibastus. So we would like to have shuttle trains for commuters in the range of 150 kilometers. Of course, Kazakhstan is a vast country and everything is in big distances. And in addition to this, from the standpoint of mass transit, we are more and more focused on intermodal solutions. And for this, we have a special administration for intermodal transport operation with the main focus on joint operation with transport operator Almaty Onay in order to introduce a comprehensive tariff and tickets for all modes of transportation. Which would include also the suburban trains. We also have a project in Karaganda where we work together with Beeline mobile operators in order to make payment in a digital way through mobile phone. And also we have big discussions with air carriers. So finally, this one tariff will be very instrumental for all modes of transportation. Deutsche Bahn has agreements with 250 biggest cities in Germany, and when you are having ticket for a long-range service, train service, you also can get also the ticket for all modes in the of cities transportation. So this entire ticket is a very good opportunity for the commuters to use public transportation, even when we're talking about long distance service and for public transportation. And another Deutsche Bahn project that is selling air tickets, and now every air company could buy a railroad ticket in Kazakhstan through Amadeus and through Air Astana and other air carriers, international air carriers from Nur-Sultan to Almaty, for instance, in order to have passengers to offer transportation through the neighboring cities, to the neighboring cities. And of course, we are also working with the international intercity buses, international bus routes, where we see how we can provide intermodal transport operations in order to make these transportation links much easier to perform. And of course, we're developing our projects in the area of tourism. If you come into Almaty, of course, you can get a discount for Shimbulak ski resort, and you can have your ski gears to transport free of charge through this transportation system.
Пригородный транспорт должен играть
From the urban mobility point of view, we need to understand what role railways should play in the urban mobility of our large-scale cities, such as Almaty and then secondly Nur-Sultan, and try to simplify for our passengers buying and using and booking and actually traveling by rails. Sometimes you have to buy 3-4 different tickets because 90% of transportation in Kazakhstan is intermodal, and there are more that 2 or more modes of transportation at all times. So that is why that's most suitable. Thank you very much, and we're very happy that a lot of attention is being paid to intermodality principles. That this principle does meet the requirement of the transport strategy of Kazakhstan, does conform to the transport strategy of Kazakhstan, and I believe that intermodal transport has a future. And for the metropolis, such as Almaty, Nur-Sultan, Shymkent, for these big cities, the suburban communications are very important. Suburban commuting and transportation are very important to reduce the burden, reduce the traffic on the motor roads. Exactly, like if you take Poland, they have park and ride, for instance. You come by a car, you park somewhere, you leave your car somewhere at the outskirts of the city, and then you use the public transportation. You can either use very close distance, short distance trains or electric or LRT or anything. So yes, that's what we need, and I think it requires this a comprehensive transportation strategy to be developed. We do know where we do have big flows And we can't really have a railway to transport 3 people only. But we need to understand where we have the biggest generation of human flows and traffic, passenger flows, and then where the railway transportation could be best suited. Thank you. Thank you so much for your answer. Well, in continuation of this conversation, I would like to say that to enhance the passenger transportation in Kazakhstan, the areas of coverage, the route organizations with the new logistics models of transportation have been introduced. So, and this has been covered and introduced and revised for all the regions of Kazakhstan. And when it comes to short distance transportation, that is also considered. As Anton has said, intermodal service is planned to be organized, considering integration of air, railway, and motor transportation. But to that end, then I have a question to Viktor Nikolaevich Ostapchuk. Are you here, Mr. Ostapchuk? Yes, good day. That's me. Yes. I would like to ask you, do you have experience of using these multimodal transportations in Ukraine, and how do you see that multimodal transportation be used for passenger transportation? Thank you so much for your question. I'm very happy to attend your forum today. You may say that I'm old, and actually I served my military levy in Kazakhstan in Ayagus, and you may say that I'm very old, but I am, yes. And I'm very well familiar with the northern Kazakhstan and with the south Kazakhstan. So when I prepared for this for this meeting, I decided to look at what's happening out there. Apparently, you have railways. I mean, I wanted to see what railways was like. So, well, let me be frank, but actually, we had similar challenges long ago. For 12 years, I was the head of the Southern Railway in Ukraine from 2000 to 2012 or 2013. I worked with our legendary minister Terpoik, and I'm sure that you all are very well aware of him. And then I worked with, he was in the MPs of Ukrainian parliament, and he was the head of the subcommittee on railways. So I was the head of the subcommittee on railways. So that's why the issue that you're raising today have always been very, very relevant. And for Ukraine specifically, they're also very relevant because we are now going through a decentralization process. Earlier, the authorities at the Cabinet of Ministers level used to compensate or, subsidize the out-of-town railway transportation, but that is no longer there. That's no more. And you speak about this improvement. You speak about the improvement of this near-city transportation, but what we say, actually, what we're saying is that it's not progressing as good as expected, in fact, and that suburban transportation is not very successful and effective. So maybe this kind of donation and subsidies will no longer be available next year. And it's very, very big question is how to are going to cover these commuter trains. And the question actually is for Kharkov region. In Kharkov, we have this big Kharkov Gramada, sort of an agglomeration that we have 1.5 million in the Kharkov itself and 1.5 million of passengers who, given the event that we had at the east of Ukraine in Donbass, then given all that, we need to bring all these passengers, we need to bring the staff from Luhansk and Donetsk regions. So for us, organization of the commuter transportation is very, very relevant, especially during the pandemic, when the transportations in volumes have declined more than twofold. However, the big challenge, big task that we have is to make sure that we hit the point of level of return. Therefore, we do fully support the system that the model that you're introducing today. Let me give you an example from Ukraine. We do have a railway node called Kukak where we have trains going from the east, from Russia, from Kazakhstan, from Central Asia. And we built a very good hub there. And we bring passengers from 4 directions there to that hub. And from that hub onward, there are 3 trains that go in different directions. We have the connecting station, the double feeder trains, who bring passengers to Kharkov to work. And we are trying to organize the transportation in such a way that people didn't have to rent an apartment in Kharkov, so that they could have an opportunity to commute daily to work, so that students didn't have to stay in the city in Kharkov, but go back to their parents where they live outside of city. So we have these programs called Slobozhanщина. We want this to be very successful. We are now currently working with Kryukov train cars manufacturing plant. They need to manufacture 2 trains a year, and we will be using them for commuter transportations and for regional long-distance transportation. Also, we are trying to modernize the old fleet. We have 330 old and absolute cars, of which 28% are no longer safe. So some of them are older than 50 years old. And we work with CAF, Spanish company, which is supposed to invest billion hryvnias to modernize the fleet, the train fleet. So given that Kharkov is a very scientifically developed city, we have a Khartron factory. So we've done a lot of work to modernize the stations, the bus stops, or the bus nodes that we have this control point, which do not just the control the passengers, but also the pay. We have this pay gate, so that track the number of passengers, they count the number of passengers, and so on, and they help you go contactless payments and so on. Actually, back then we did this about 10 years ago. We have organized these big hubs, Lazovaya, Ubensk, and other cities along the Southern Railway, and we would take these people to Kharkov, to Donetsk, to Dnipropetrovsk, where those football matches happened. I'm talking about the Sochi Football Cup. So I believe the motor transportation is all private in Kazakhstan, just like it is in Ukraine. So this, we hope that motor companies will also join this bigger campaign called Slobozhanщина, and we will be able to introduce the multimodal transportation, not to use it, but enhance it. Actually, the whole reform, the national reform, is ongoing, and there are some new territorial areas are being established. There are some different medical clusters or medical districts, and we want these projects have electric vehicles on board, whether electric buses or electric cars. There are certain difficulties, of course, because sometimes, there are these decentralization efforts. Sometimes it is necessary, sometimes it may not be quite necessary. So we simply lack funding to do everything we want to do. But all in all, I fully support the model that you are proposing. I think it is a very relevant, it's very timely model, and I hope that everything happens for you and that's successful. We will have to work harder though, because we don't have this general model in Ukraine. Well, we do have this model of Kharkov. We are introducing a single electronic ticket, and that will be used for commuter trains, commuter transportation, and so on. So they should be part of this single electronic ticket. Please continue. So along the Southern Railway, the locomotive depot or car depot last year incurred 600 million hryvnia loss. So imagine how difficult it is, and actually no city budget can handle that. So we have now developed a business plan. We're now working with the Bank, and I hope that next year we will launch this model. We have this Slobozhanщина regional commuter transportation company. There will be a number of other steps to be carried out. We do know that in peak hours, actually, the commuter train is supposed to be made of 8 or 9 cars, but in 2-3 hours, maybe 4 to 6 cars would be enough. We work with this group of railway manufacturing companies because there are some parts that use diesel, and we need some diesel trains, new diesel trains. So the work is interesting, the work is necessary, and I hope there will be support from some grant, maybe from some donors. And this is the project, our project actually is aimed at the local manufacturer of heavy machinery. So we believe that's something that should happen. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I do agree with you that any enterprise need to work more on self-sustainability, self-financing. Of course, traditionally, after the Soviet Union has collapsed or dissolved, we used to think that passenger transportation is something that needs the state subsidies and it cannot be sustainable. But I hope that one day passenger transportation will be self-financed, will be self-sustainable. Thank you. Thank you for your reply. Well, I would like to ask this question to Sambat Erkibayevich. Sambat Erkibayevich, are you here? Mr. Murzagulov. Yes, yes. We have just seen the cargo bike project presentation. Do you know the Almaty City municipality is interested in development of this project? And are you as a municipality interested to be a partner to this project? It is a useful project for the city, clearly, and it's going to be very beneficial. If under the Vision Zero program, we limit the speed of the traffic inside the city down to 40 kilometers, then your cargo bike would be safe in the city center with a 30-kilometer speed, right? And I think it's a good opportunity for small and medium-sized enterprises that will be very instrumental to ship their cargoes inside the city. We also want to also introduce the cargo transportation in city center. We want to limit the cargo transportation inside the city. So there will be around Sain, Rembeka, Vostochная Street, and Al-Farabi. And actually, if that project is implemented, then cargo bike will be more than in demand. Yeah, because the heavy cargo trucks will no longer be allowed inside that circle. Well, thank you, and I hope that together with the municipality we will advance this project, we will implement this project, and I hope that it will be a success and it will be of demand. Thank you. With that, I would like to thank all the speakers for their very interesting presentations, for their very interesting discussions, for their ideas. And now the floor goes back to Žandos. Well, good evening, friends and participants. Due to some serious reasons, Mr. Berg was not able to attend the strategic session from the Hamburg Strategic Logistical Center. He wasn't able to attend on time. However, he's now with us, and he will tell us how to create a modern digital hub. Mr. Berg, thank you for joining us. You know, better later than never. Thank you. The floor is now yours. Thank you. My name is Johannes Berg, and I do not speak Russian very well. I'm studying Russian. I studied Russian at Kaliningrad University.
If this is okay for you now, and I thank you very much for having me, for the invitation. I hope that in the next minutes I can give you a little bit of insights on what we do in Hamburg, what the Digital Hub Logistics is all about, and how we bring together new innovation, new ideas for logistics and supply chain. And I try to share my screen, if that is possible. I hope you can see it. Okay.
Yes,
yes. Very good. So, Moin Logistik. Moin is, so to say, Dobry dien in the Hamburg German slang, where we say hello logistics. Logistics, as you may know, is at the heart of Hamburg, with having the largest seaport in Germany, with having road and rail connections. It's the topic that interests many people, that is important to many people, as it gives work to many people in Hamburg, but also in the metropolitan region. It has done so for decades, for years, but it is also important to see how can we make logistics more sustainable, more digital? How can we bring traditional logistical companies together with startups, with new ideas, with fresh people? And therefore, we have founded 4 years ago the Digital Hub Logistics in Hamburg. It says digital, but this is a physical place in the city center. Some of your colleagues have already had the chance to visit us earlier, a few weeks back. And we bring together companies such as DHL, the group logistics of Volkswagen, Lufthansa, and many, many small and medium enterprise freight forwarders, together with startups. We have at the moment 62 startups in our digital hub that work on a variety of topics in logistics, in maritime logistics, in warehousing, in intralogistics, on the last mile, in international supply chain solutions, and bring process, product, and business model innovations to the table. We have many investors, business angels, institutional investors visiting the digital hub. And of course, there's no innovation, no new things coming to life without having universities and students and professorships joining the table. So you can imagine this place as a big, nice, inspiring co-working place where all these actors come together. What is maybe interesting also for you in Kazakhstan to know is that Hamburg is not alone. The country of Germany or the city didn't say, hey, we have one digital hub and that digital hub will solve everything when it comes to logistics. No, we are part of a national ecosystem, which is called the DE Hub, Digital Hub Initiative. And you can see on the country map, which I know is a lot smaller than Kazakhstan, you can see 12 locations across the country, 12 locations which have different thematic core topics, from logistics in Hamburg and Dortmund, to fintech in Frankfurt, to artificial intelligence, to mobility, for example, in Munich. And within this national ecosystem of different hubs in different locations, we foster the exchange of startups, of ideas, of investors who maybe be sitting in Munich but want to invest into a startup in Hamburg. So this network is very important to bring ideas to life, bring ideas visible to many people across the country. Interesting to know, as you often may hear, that if you have these national initiatives, that the finance, the money for the hubs is coming from the public. This is not the case. The national government of Germany is saying, we want this initiative to be running by the state level, by the city level. We are only supporting the visibility of the initiative to the outside world. So we are financing an agency that takes care that people in Sweden, in Russia, in Singapore, hopefully also in Kazakhstan, know of this initiative and can relate to it. We are also connected as the Digital Hub Logistics to many similar hubs around the world, whether it's in Singapore, in France, in Israel or Dubai, in the US and Canada. Why is that the case? And why would I can say that, why would I also like to have a cooperation partner or a center in Kazakhstan on this map? Is because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter where a startup comes from, where a good idea comes from. At the end of the day, it matters that this startup has enough outreach, enough clients, enough international companies to work with. And therefore, we have already welcomed many startups from around the world to our Digital Hub Logistics who were saying, hey, we are digitizing the port in Singapore. We also have a great solution for Hamburg. Or where a freight forwarding startup from Canada came and said, can we try something like this in your city? We would be eager to learn how the German market functions. On the other hand, we've also seen startups from Hamburg going out to the world and saying, hey, there's a good market for us in the Asian region, there's a good market for us in Israel, or there's a good market for us in the US. And I'm very sure that because in this digital world, some physical conflicts and aspects that we all have to deal with also in logistics and supply chain that may be worrying us around the world. The good thing about digital solutions is that there are little or no borders for testing and trying out these solutions. This is an overview of partners and logos that you probably will not know. It's just showing you our idea of how we want to also network with existing institutions within our city of Hamburg, which may also be not a blueprint, but an idea of what you could do in your country, is that we are not aiming to do everything ourselves at the Digital Hub. We have in Hamburg fabulous innovation agencies, we have investment vehicles, we have university centers of excellence where great startups are coming from. And we try to look around and say, hey, maybe we don't only have to look into logistic and supply chain expertise fields, we also have to look elsewhere. Where are university students that are good in software? Where are university students that are good in marketing and can help a startup to go further? So my stake on this is that it's very important to have a clear focus, which we have with logistics and supply chain, but it is also very important to look around and say, which other initiatives are there, which other clusters of innovation and digital mindsets are there that you can work together with? By the way, I'm also happy to send you this presentation afterwards. You may ask, for those of you who didn't have the chance to visit us in Hamburg yet, you may ask, so how does this practically look? You know, how do you foster these innovation in logistics? We have 3 pillars, 3 lines of action: connect, co-work, and co-create. In Corona times, it's sometimes a little bit difficult, but the co-work aspect is very important. We offer space, we offer office space, as you can see on the picture, to startups, to companies. And there are at the moment 62 startups residing in our space. 18 large companies are partnering. And in order to bring all these people together, in order to help them connect, we carry out a number of events each year where we invite startups, where we invite speakers, and that is the engine, so to say, to keep the whole digital hub running. And the content fuel of that engine is the field co-create, where we very specifically ask the companies, what is your challenge? What is your idea? Where do you want to go? Which process, which product, or which business model do you want to develop, improve, or test? And the Digital Hub team, we help the companies to do that, to work together with startups, to think about how can we implement a project together. And these three pillars are a very simple recipe of how you can bring this network to life. To give you just an overview or just an idea how our space looks, we have 5 floors, 1,500 square meters, lots of meeting rooms, lots of areas where you can sit together, very flexible, and yeah, that has been growing from 3 years ago, where we were only on 400 square meters, has been constantly growing, and that shows that yeah, the system works, the model works. You just need to fill the ideas that everybody has with events, with content. We have a toolbox, you know, because you cannot only say, hey, come to a physical new space and be innovative and think about new ideas. Sometimes there are ideas in your head, but you cannot get them out. So therefore you need certain workshop formats. We have a welcome day each year for all of our companies. We have matchmaking games that we can play with startups. And yeah, the only goal really, if you don't know what it's in Russian, but key performance indicator is how many projects come out of the digital hub each year. How many projects can we bring to life for a company, for a startup, for a professor, for an investor coming out of the digital hub. As I said, the hub is only possible because there are companies who pay for it, who pay for being part of this ecosystem, who pay for being able to use the workspace. And you can see here an overview of the companies who have joined. And let me tell you that I think that is a very, very essential part to bring together the companies and startups, because there are so many challenges in digital, in sustainability, in logistics, that none of these companies can solve alone. They need to cooperate, they need to partner. And I think that would be exactly the same situation in your country as well. So that basically leaves me to the end of my short presentation that I wanted to give you. Once again, thanks for swapping the agenda. I was a little bit under pressure today and thought I may not be able to make it, but I'm very, very happy and honored that you invited me to this session this morning or this afternoon. And as I said, I will share the presentation, and I'm very happy to yeah, to answer your questions that you may have. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо большое, господин Берг. Я очень рад, что...
Thank you very much, Mr. Berg. We are very happy to hear your presentation here today. I want to thank you that irrespective of your very busy schedule, you managed to join us. I hope that this is just the start of our cooperation, and in the future we will have a lot of joint projects. I would like to raise a question. Yes, sure, go ahead. Thank you. I'm very pleased to meet with you. First of all, I would like to say that I was in Hamburg, where we learned about your digital solutions, digital stations. It was about 7-8 years ago. And frankly speaking, I am in Astana Hub is in charge of a digital sector for logistics. And if it would be possible, I would like to sign an memorandum of understanding for future cooperation, because there is definitely a big demand for digital startup here in Kazakhstan. I am myself a mentor of one startup called eCargo, and it will be very interesting to cooperate with you, because seemingly we have a lot of in common. It will be great if our IT logistics specialists would join forces with you. This is first thing. And secondly, today, one of the problem for many countries is the so-called digital paper, I don't know, or digital document. We talked about some joint transport document which could be available online. Kazakhstan is a place of mass transit, and there is a demand for this unified transport document, and maybe jointly with Hamburg Astana Hub and Astana Hub we could implement this, and I hope that Bundes government would support it. Thank you. Mr. Berg, are you still with us? There was.
Could you maybe translate a little bit? I don't think I got.
Well, actually, if you can you hear the translation, Mr. Berg? Can you hear the English translation?
Explain about maybe sign some agreements like the MOU for the cooperation to make some short list of projects. Because in Kazakhstan have same digital hub in Nur-Sultan. Actually, I'm like mentor of this logistic part of project. So actually, I'm former vice president Kazakh Railway Company, vice president UTLC, first vice president UTLC joint venture, Russian Railway, Kazakh Railway, and Belarus Railway. Today I work like CEO SK Pharmacy. It's like a big player for the state distributor drugs, vaccine, and medical equipment. So idea to make some like workshop team was a project. And my questions at the first question, second question, it's about digital transport documents, like idea like Silk Road, some transport document from the blockchain from the China to Europe, maybe for the export import, because Kazakhstan it's a country who is actually for this transit and import export from China to the Iran to the Caspian Sea. So multimodal, like multimodal digital document. Why problem for this document is the custom rule, because in Europe it's possible, former Russian Republic it's possible, China it's possible. But for the private and like like on digital documents, it's okay. Why not to check it? Like maybe blockchain technology, maybe other. If I see your address, maybe I send some letter.
Yeah.
Okay. I work with people in DVL, work with people Deutsche Bahn. I work with people Panalpina, Globalink. I work DHL is the main partner for the Pfizer and some drugs, big drugs from the European. So idea to make some project for the digital logistic system. Okay.
Sounds very good. Спасибо большое. I think Господин Sandos has my email address. So
well, I think you have my email address and
forwarding document startups, and I would greatly like to start a cooperation and see how we could link our hub to yours. So thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. Kegenbekov, some notes. Is it possible? Hello, Mr. Berg. Nice to see you.
Hello, good to see you.
Yeah, nice. I'm very pleased that you're with us, and I would like to offer that we should talk, Mr. Iskaliev. First of all, we need personal leadership for this, yeah, and I think you will be this, huh? This is absolutely necessary. The second is that I recommend to come together with Mr. Berg because we are both from Hamburg and we are very close here, and I can transfer some more information, more details about this activities in Kazakhstan, what my experience over the last years at least. If it's okay for you, then Mr. Berg, we can talk about a meeting in the next week or however you like, or yeah. Mr. Iskaliev, is it okay for you?
Okay, I'm every day in online. Okay.
Yeah, but again, we need a personal leadership. This is my experience after the last discussions, and we had a lot of pretty nice ideas, but we're realizing, and the transfer is a little bit more complicated, yeah, diplomatic formulation. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kegenbekov.
Спасибо большое. Господин Берг, ждем вашу презентацию.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berg. We're expecting your presentation.
Я думаю, что нашим читателям будет очень интересно изучить ваш опыт. И, уважаемые участники форума, благодарю вас всех. Сегодня действительно обсуждалось очень актуальные вопросы, полученные рекомендации по совместной работе.
A lot of interesting things. We've got recommendations. We will work together, and I want to thank for organizing this forum, the University Management Law Center, our partners from Ukraine and Kyrgyzstan who joined us here today, and of course our German partners. And as Mr. Shell said, next year we will Jubilee 10th Logistic Forum. I hope that it will be organized offline, and that is why we would like to welcome you at this next forum. And of course, please participate in our law forum. Thank you and goodbye.